Howdy, y'all. TheGooseFathr here. Do I look a little ragged? Hair a little mussed, eyes a little glassy, speech a little sluggish and slow? There's a reason, my friends. We just played the longest game, I believe, in the history of the Bazaar. The longest non-griefing game where we actually spent every moment decision making. We decided today we were going to relearn how to play Pyg. We had some trouble in the mid-game. We were not finding correct lines into tempo. We were going to stop at every decision point, engage chat, think through every possible line, and make sure we were learning and making the best decisions as we went. This was the single best learning experience I've ever had in the game, and it came at the cost of 5 hours of my soul. I would pay it again, but I warn you, 5 hours in your soul too. So if you don't have that in you, don't do it. It's only the first half of the game that is us doing that, and then we start picking up speed. We ran out of steam. We ran out of the ability to learn, the ability to think. We decided to see if we could implement it at speed, and I think we did pretty successfully. It turned into an incredibly fun run. But this is a learning experience that you're probably going to want to listen to at 1.5 speed. But I'm putting it up here because I'm incredibly proud of all the things we learned together as a community, and genuinely think that if you are willing and you have the time, that this will teach you more on Pyg than I have done to date. So I hope you enjoy. I'm just going to get to it. Have fun pigging out there. And if you get through even a third of this video, you are insane. And my people. That's what we're going to focus on today. We're going to focus on shoring up the middle game. I'm going to be a little sweatier over some of the early decisions. I'm going to sit on my hands a little bit. I know I do this a lot, but we're going to make a decision and then pause for a second. You know, that kind of old chilling for a bit, making sure that feels correct.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
He says as he just starts spam clicking buttons. That's a pretty good starting package. You have to figure out how I'm going to get out of it.
Yeah, if that doesn't work out for you,
Which getting some weapons lines going is good. I suppose I could just leave that on my board for right now. And so obviously we're not aiming towards burn. Nothing's permanent that we want cooldown reduction, so we'll go to add more to the weapons package. Oh, waking up, shaking everything out. The starts always feel a little weird, right? You're just kind of like, starts feel like you're talking into the void before like folks are on, the chat's popping, I'm in the groove of the game. You just kind of wake up and feel a little weird about it. Okay, so I think we're definitely going to middle. Quite a few lines she could have that I like longbow. It's not part of this current line, but it could be part of like a transition into square pig if I wanted to keep that open. We got a little bit more to see though, and I am looking for thinking about it. Not my favorite. It's actually it actually is a plug in that hole of square pig. It's okay day one if you don't have any other damage, but like golf clubs is going to be at its total damage on the first swing, assuming I'm not higher hit points than them. And I get to not make that assumption, and then I have in combat scaling, right? So I obviously like it better than that. And then in all the boards I'm going to move into, it's not the first, second, or third choice. It's not going to make it tomorrow. It's not exactly a hedge. And then this will. So there we go. We got golf, or
And I'll trot it to your door.
Yep. So now we have a day 2-3 kind of strong board set up. We have obviously one of the strongest day 1, one of the strongest day 1 through 4. That whole package goes late. That's great. We're doing well. I'm not going to grab that because I would like some smalls. If I got one more small, Andy, my boy, what timing? I could run Robe today. Curious if that's the right play or not. Scaling regen is small. Bird goes with both packages. Kind of gives me the shield and gives me the... Yeah, I like Bird a lot here.
Tell everyone you got it here.
This is scaling at 20 damage. I think... Let's see who we're up against before we decide if we're going Robe or not. We're up against Pyg. So he is not doing poison damage, which is our one fear of the other setup. So I'm thinking this is our board. Yeah, I like this. Do I like the larger heal or just stacking a tiny bit more shields? Because the shield race is very likely to be my problem. I'm already getting the cleanse. The damage mitigation isn't the issue here, because if he goes damage, he's not going to out-damage my Robe. It's really the shield race that's the problem in the mirror. So let's try that out. Or, you know, some cracked obsidian matchbox that, like, there's nothing we're going to do here. What about Boomerang? The opportunity to get the silver Boomerang by PBE tomorrow for the vial? I'm kind of glad I didn't do it. I think I was, I mean, it obviously worked out better because I wouldn't have had the money to, like, build the board I built, and the board I built was better. That doesn't mean it was correct. I think, yeah, I think grabbing Boomerang to grab it for the upgrade to silver is not in my head as a play. By the way, morning, Walter, welcome in. It's not my head as a play. I'm still undervaluing Boomerang because of my history with that fucking card. And I think it not being at silver allows me to be like, oh, it's not going to give me what I want. And so I'm not thinking of it as like setting up for the upgrade. That thinking is a misplay. Kind of can't go back to that moment to figure out if it was a misplay to not get it in that moment. Especially since I happened to get good boards later that I spent almost all my money to get into. It's a little warping, but yeah, the fact that I didn't consider the line as a misplay, for sure, if nothing else.
Youth has its own wisdom.
Okay. I think I also very much undervalue skills for what they do for me in the next 2 days. And focus way too much on like what is going to be build enabling later. Yeah, I think it. I think I didn't have enough. It's not true. When did I see Boomerang? I saw it when I had like the one heal and the clubs, right? I already had the makings of pretty decent board. I still had enough money. I still had the monster fight. So I still definitely was had the space. That's not going to end up working out for me. I still definitely had the space at that point to have capitalized on it. I think I'm really stingy on this side of buying. I think that's correct. I think I'm really stingy over here. I think I'm stingy all the way until until like the last day, because I'm still like, oh, that last vendor might have something spectacular. But like if they do, I can sell off shit, right? I'm already holding extra pieces for hedges. I can sell that off to get those things. This is a bit of what we were talking about in what I'm like protecting my econ too much. Yeah, okay. It's helpful and worth thinking about that line. I don't know that I have conclusions yet about what that changes. Just flat 4 crit is kind of permanently usable, so that's worth keeping in mind before I just kind of throw this away. Yeah, but it wasn't the silver boomerang though, right? The thing is getting my brain to lock in that getting the bronze boomerang, and I'm not sure. Yeah, that getting the bronze boomerang gives me a better chance of getting the silver boomerang by tomorrow. I see a silver boomerang, I absolutely know what it means, and I go for the silver boomerang now. I'm not willing to not run that anymore. But yeah, it sets up Atlas too. Yeah, it definitely does. But it's more the problem that I'm not seeing the bronze boomerang and thinking of like working into that as a line, right? Stingy at ship vendors, like if you want middle and Isla, then you should spend on them even on first node. That's fair. Welcome, welcome.
M4ST3R3D has joined the Goose Mafia.
Master 3D, welcome so much, man. Or mastered. I'm so bad at reading that type of speak. Welcome so much, buddy. We're gonna reroll here. Emulating Sparko opens up a burn line that I'm not sure we're playing into. Toughness kind of helps us a little bit on the now. Regen, there's a lot of lines I want to be playing with that do more regen, and regen like opens me up to getting more value and even like leaning into dropping the enchant on my cold room, getting more value out of my sauna. But looking at giving vineyards a closer look, giving coin cure a closer look is something I want to do. Not sure grabbing the skill before that's on my board is the correct play. I don't feel like 10 shield is wildly useful though. I mean, it is power now, but you got feelings on this, Walter? I'm kind of feeling like getting the regen skill is going to make me think about the regen stuff more, and that's like the part of my play I want to work on, so maybe I should do that just for the primer. But is the loot exploit even that strong?
I spent half my life in math.
So what Walter's talking about is there's a loot exploit where for some dumb reason, this leftmost regen item has +2 regen, applies to loot items. So when you get your gland or your citrus, you can move it to the leftmost position, get +2, throw it away, and get permanent +2 regen, right? And so, and yet your leftmost shield, your leftmost heal does not do that with your med kit or with your, scrap or whatever, right? Let's say that it is a feature, not a bug. It's just that it's not, for me to call it a bug because it is not consistent is for me to not to pretend like the video game isn't the way the video game is, right? Yeah, that's very likely a feature. Now, I'm seeing some other players that I'm watching do skill fishing a lot more often, and things like Lost Crate can apparently have monster skills. So I need to keep that in mind as a line. Do like Midsworth, obviously he has the chance at the money tree. I've been grabbing bronze steam ladles way too much. I think they're good because they play into your matchbox board very easy. It's a 4-second spam, teeny tiny bit of fire. That's great. But I end up with a bronze ladle later when I want to transfer into like that build, and I'm like into the freeze board, and I'm thinking of it as if I have it as a hedge, and it's not a hedge of bronze. Nothing here looks like it's particularly useful. I'm not super excited about going further down the kukri lane. I suppose I could kukri instead of club and run double heal to improve my board right now. This is our first vendor. We didn't hit. I don't think I'm going to do that.
Right then, off you go.
Yeah, I think it's intended to. Oh, they changed shifting pane to support it? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Whew. Set of riches here, boys. I think upgrading Showcase just gives me some strong lines. Unfortunately, like, I'm not built for them. But it gives me, like, it's just probably my strongest of these that can play forever. Please weigh in if you guys have thoughts, by the way. We are learning today. We are trying to expand. I'm just trying to revisit everything that I've locked in as permanent, just to make sure I still agree with it. Just to, like, be a little bit experimental, see if we can find some things that'll help us get to a stronger mid game. Getting more together for the weapon setup so that I can move into Showcase is pretty big. Upgrading Robe is the best win today play. Upgrading Showcase is probably the best win tomorrow play, but I would still also need to hit something like Isla. You're gonna play Pig today. But if you had Boomerang, you would up that. That's fair. I am a little worried I'm overvaluing loot lately. That play sounds really greedy. I guess not, though. Not if I was right here in this monster fight with how much that is just like a absolute change to the trajectory of the game if you hit it. It's the kind of like rolling for a high roll that's rolling for 10. And that's not too much of a loss if you whiff. Like, it's still an advantage. It's slightly less of an advantage of the other play. But you just gave yourself a 10% chance to win the next 3 days, right? That's fucking huge. Maybe not 10. Whatever the odds are of hitting that one out of the... I think it's probably a 1 in 10, actually. Yeah, you could also hit hammer. Yeah. But Freeze Gambit more fun. It is, but we're working on being a little sweaty today on like trying to figure out like what the best lines are, so that you at home can know what the best lines are, so that you don't have to work them out, so that you can go, all right, that's the best line. Cool. Fuck it. This other thing's more fun, right? We are suffering so that you may soar, my friend. I definitely think it's Mosquito here. Thief has Cloak, which opens up a couple of lines, but none that I'm particularly interested in because I don't want 2 inactive items if I'm running Showcase. Warrior, I kind of can't beat. And Mosquito has CDR, which is CDR, so. Yeah. I'm still pretty sure I wouldn't have picked up that Boomerang. Just because of where it was. But I am positive not considering it was a misplay.
Believe you'll win, and
Sorry.
you'll win, but not against me.
I don't want to be in this today. This feels bad. I might have to, but I don't want to. I want to be in Showcase. Irma doesn't help me get there. Nothing I want to re-roll. Chocolate bars would be the stall play to save my money for another vendor, but Herma does have Money Tree, which obviously y'all know I'm pretty big on Money Tree. Think we're gonna pop in, see if there's anything there and leave. If she does have the golf clubs upgrade, I think we will grab it because that board can win today. I think I'm fishing for those 2 and probably bouncing if it's not. Gonna play out both sides of it as long as it makes sense. Yep. Yeah, no, I think that's true. Just to see, like, and that's how we rethink how I'm valuing. Not like, oh, I still wouldn't have picked up that thing, but like, oh, here's another tiny bit of value we would have gotten if we got Boomerang. Here's another tiny bit of value we would have gotten And if we keep playing out those lines, like hold on to that was a thing that might have been here and where I would be if I did it, that's how you're actually going to internally reevaluate the state. So absolutely, that's good. Just unlocked Pyg expansion yesterday alongside Dooley. Having so much fun with the Pen FT and Hypergreens. Welcome, man. Oh, be Nihilus, the expansion. Yeah, those are funsies. I have not spent as much time on the properties as I probably should. We're gonna go to Irma. All right, hear me out. God damn. I've been wanting to like give more value to Coin Cure and give it its fair shake. But it's up against my true love, you guys. I think we're gonna have to see Coin Cure again because we'll be able to afford it then. I think having some real ability to tempo economically. I'm gonna sit on my hands for a second. All right. Anybody have some strong thoughts on Coin Cure Silver on day 2? It's not running today. I wouldn't get to do it till the PvE tomorrow. It does get a tiny bit of extra regen because of my leftmost. Yeah, I think I was pretty sure it's tree. I just have... Coin Cure's never ready to play when you grab it, and consequently... And then it's like, I don't know. I'm watching some of the better players play that, though, and get a lot of mileage out of it. And so... my instinct on it is just to always pass. And so I just wanted to give it a second to challenge that. And now to hold in my head that that's the line that I missed and to see what changes. I don't think it's incorrect. I would love to get into Showcase right now. So, Fang and Claw, buddy, on the first board. That's all I have money for. No, he says. Salamander Pup just means like a naked matchbox suddenly becomes a board for 3 days. But I don't love that line. I don't actually think anything here is worth it. Yeah, I don't think I like anything here at all. Meta-scaling item is worth heavy consideration, as historically they've been the most broken stuff. Yeah. The thing that we can like keep scaling value on. That is a 7-second, you know, just like gain shit tons of regen. We all kind of know what too much regen, especially of like day 3, day 4, like what that can feel like. All right, that's a hard whiff. I was really dreaming of a weapons board today, over what I got. All right, we're gonna leave. We're gonna go into the fight.
The Bazaar's half-buried junk. It's up to us to use it.
We're gonna double check. We have our fastest things around a robe. We do not have any positioning requirements. We are against Vanessa. Mad Forever 95. Hopefully she doesn't poison, but there's a pretty good chance she poisons.
Noticed I'm huge.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend.
There's some poison. That's gonna ramp up. Yeah, we're kind of fucked. Yeah, fuck. I don't think we're scaling that club fast enough. And she's scaling shield pretty well. Yeah, that's too bad. That's the matchup I was afraid of. I was pretty sure we could take a weapons board. Now that said, can the storm kill her before the poison gets to me? It's not gonna. There we go. We fall over.
Bravery use a sword without a blade.
Yeah. That's the rock, paper, scissors of it all. Pig's just like, oh, if it's poison, we're just kind of fucked. Early hearthy breakfast is just impossible to pass. I'd have taken out that club and bandages for tree. How do I feel about that? It didn't change yesterday, but that doesn't mean it's not the correct play. You lose to weapons boards. Anybody with any combat weapon scaling is going to eventually get through this. Anybody who's stacking burn would have a trouble. No, you definitely beat burn boards, but we beat burn boards already. We beat weapon boards already. You are fractionally better against poison, which is who we were worried about. You don't ever kill, so you're weaker to anybody who's like really strong in scaling, but we weren't exactly beating them anyway. Yeah, I like that line. I think that line was better. Just considering who we beat, that line was better. I always feel like being able to both kill them and defend myself is the correct line, but like comparing it against the boards I could already beat versus the boards I was afraid of and was going to lose to and did lose to. Yeah, no, that's the correct line. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't have been afraid of that catfish at all had it not been sitting on a shrouded cloak, man. As soon as the catfish rework happened, by the way, that was a line of text that I read and went, what the fuck? That was not a late... That one did not need to brew for me. That was like 4 seconds in. I was like, we're screwed.
I know you, Mr. Pygmallien.
Do you now? Oh. Okay. All right. Couple things. Just having Pen FT early to empower all kinds of shit is good. I kind of feel like anytime you can grab Pen FT off the fly, you should. But trading out Money Tree for Gem means we'll be pretty hampered for a little while in terms of econ. We don't actually have to trade it. We could do both. I'm not sure that's smart. I mean, we do both for a second or two, maybe. But we'd immediately lose value by not getting Hatchet. I think Jim is a pretty decent econ scaler. Obviously, it's nothing near Money Tree, but it's going to line up with our showcase play, and it's going to allow us to start stockpiling hit points. We have to buy 2 or 3 more weapons in order to get into this board, and this is like easily the best board available to us with the silver showcase. And so cutting down my econ line a little early, hoping to find it again, come back around to it later so that I could set up the board that's going to win today. And then it's just got steam, right? It's just got legs. I can just keep building into it. I can sell this off when it's preventing me from getting something really powerful, but it will have made its money back in the meantime. That's the line I'm thinking. It's hard for me if you have heard how much I love the tree. But I think that might be where we're going. Now, I could get rid of like a bandages and get both and not have to make the decision this second, which is probably what I will do. But yeah, I'm kind of liking that line. I think versus another pick, I'd 100% play clubs. Yeah. Yeah, clubs versus pig is definitely correct because you're just playing the shield race game. So having something that scales that can knock down the shield is totally correct. But I walked into that fight saying I was afraid of poison, right? I knew I was afraid of poison. And that's a good... I could have had a faster activator, like a 3 instead of a 5, and a whole extra 5. I could have just had an extra 3-second cleanse, right? Against the matchup I knew I was afraid of. So, yeah, I think I'm going to do this line. Anyone thinks this is a terrible mistake? You were a little slow. And then I definitely want Hatchet. I think Bandages is easily the one I get rid of here.
I don't succeed unless my client
Okay.
succeed, and I am very
Do think Pen FT is strong, but I'm not sure it makes sense to get rid of anything else for it just yet. In this very hot second, this is not my board, but it doesn't matter. I actually want to get a little bit better about letting my board be sucky until I get to the fight. But stop considering this fix because I'm not going to have all the options I'm going to think about until I get to the fight, right? Yep. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm kind of giving chat some time to respond to some of my plays today. As we're thinking through and as I'm trying to challenge my assumptions, like that's the best way that I'm going to be able to do it. I don't have any money, so Econ Seminar feels pretty obvious compared to Silva. Now that might not be true. I technically have like 8 available gold, 9 available gold here. Going into Silva, who everything's going to cost a little bit more money. I want weapons. She could have some small weapons. She just got an infinite pool. The allure of her is that you get things at Silver, and right now, the things we want don't really care about that. I think there's better vendors. I think I'm going to set myself up to get some free income for a better vendor. There we go. Yeah, we can leave it on truffles for right now. And this is where we make our board not be stupid. So that would be the normal board. If I'm going against Etherite, I swap out Bird for sure for just the extra damage to cut down the shield. Actually, I probably do... Actually, I probably run this against Etherite. Yeah, I would just run that against Etherite to have some damage. Hey, Bottle Booth! We're never too afraid of her, especially if we have any kind of recovery. You just want to, like, keep hitting her. Cross Street waits the direction I'm kind of moving away from. The weapons would actually be nice, actually, with some combat scaling. Do I like that better than the 2 gold and the skill? For what I'm fishing for? It's the better board today, for certain. The skill's pretty strong, though. And honestly, I kind of like... I got vendors in front of me. I think I'm going in here. Robe is better than Bird? Yeah, you're right. No, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry, no, it's not. Yeah, I'm going Etherite. When you're going to PvP fights, sometimes it's just smart to just take the play that like finishes the damn fight in your lifetime. Bird is faster club scaling. ends the fight faster. I'm not afraid of her, right? So I was putting bird on my board so that it wins.
Turn the lights off when you leave.
Got the skill. Yeah, you are in the right brain space. That is the better board. It's just not the... Part of me actually thinks that small weapons over middle, though that is insanity because everything you ever want in the world is at middle. We could get a robe upgrade. Is it insanity? I want a small weapon right now, and then this board comes alive. I want a couple small. I want a couple weapons. They don't need to be small. Flail would actually be the nuts here. Walter hitting it right as I thought of it.
What can I get you?
Longbow is great. Okay. Longbow's great. I need to make some space. This is where I decide if I want to... I think I'm just going to get rid of clubs because it clears up the most space here. It is the least likely to ever play again with the things that actually constitute real power on my board. We're going to do that. Alien's fine. We're going to probably move on. Or I could keep fishing to get flail here. We do have money if we're willing to use it. I want to see the next vendor too. I want to have a chance to like pick up a couple smalls or... But I also, a robe replacement would be really good. It just doesn't feel correct to spend more money down to 0 so that I'm forced to like spend off tree and that kind of stuff when I don't have to. Set up to both have a strong... There we go. There we go. Curio has things that'll make me sell my tree, for sure.
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding it.
And knee brace is one of them. What do you think, Walter? You like a day 3 knee brace? Bird is probably the furthest directionally from what we're going to do. I would actually get rid of tree here, kind of knowing that this is what I need to do. And tree frees up the most money and the most space in order to move into it. I don't think I'm going to do it today and then I get some free value after holding on to it is the reason why I'm not. But all I need to buy is knee brace, Sunder, and Fang. Sunder and Fang are going to run on my board today over Pygmallien. Knee brace is going to run in place of hatchet. Fang is a faster vehicle for the damage. Sunder is a faster vehicle for the damage. And I think I'd be crazy not to run knee brace because I got like a weak weapon anyway in its slot. Yeah, I'm cutting Pygmallien. It probably won't run tomorrow, but there's no reason to not have it in mind. I'm running Fang, Sunder, knee brace. I feel pretty confident about getting rid of Bird. Yeah. I am so sorry. I know this is so much slower than we normally go, guys. This is not the usual thing, but like every once in a while, and we might do this for a day or two, when like the play doesn't feel like it's perfect. It doesn't feel like we have everything correct right now. And we're not getting into the mid game with as much power as I think we could be. And I'm watching some of the other big boys, Regis, namely Ragnar Regis, who is just like kind of kicking ass into those days. and I'm seeing those plays, and I want to like lock that up so that I can metabolize it into verbal information and pass back to you, right? Like, we are the teaching stream. We will like talk our way through the plays and move at a moderately brisk pace most of the time, but every once in a while we just got to do this so that we can make sure that we've learned the stuff and we're getting there. That's the caveat I had to say, so I felt comfortable staying super slow. I know you guys don't care. All right. How you sell longbow? I hate the card. Yeah, I'm not a fan of longbow. It's slow, etc. It is part of a. I see crook tomorrow. Right, I see a silver crook tomorrow, and I don't know, something else that makes sense with it, a lumbors or something like that, and I'm not finding my fast weapons. Suddenly that's the best board that I have available tomorrow. I'm glad I still have lumbors around, right? I'm not getting rid of any cards until I have to, kind of ever again. That's my new dream. That's my new goal.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
That's the board I like. I am going to get rid of Hatchet because I do need catch space. I will get the level up that's going to stall the screen, so I'll be able to sell the coin, get the level up, sell the next coin, so I only need one spot per actual catch. Do I want to cycle for crit chance for regen? Don't have regen as an option, just some hit points. Weapons are hit points right now because I do want to cycle purely for Jim's sake, actually. That one is definitely correct.
Now that's a bargain.
It's gonna end up there. Don't mind crit on Fang. I don't think it's so powerful on Fang that it matters. I can't hold on to it for something that comes later. Like the crit. I'm watching some of the other guys never go down to 0. And I'm wondering the whatever of that. But I like the crit too. So okay, here we are. That's it. That's the last shopping trip. All right, anybody have any ideas on board placement, on different board variations that aren't what we have? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm going to give you a few seconds to pop off. I'm going to read the chat real quick. It's cool, very slow with the XP changes having shaken things up so much. I feel like I need to reset pig patterns. Me too, man. Me too. Yeah, I kind of got my head around why it's happening and then the theory of what that means. And then I never like internally changed my snap judgments. And then I'm still playing my snap judgments, right? I'm still being like, oh, that card's good. Oh, that card's bad. And like, because I never slowed down to like hold the lines both at the same time and see, oh yeah, that one actually would have been cool or whatever. I just haven't, so I'm still playing. I'm not like adjusting as fast as I could be if I just slow down for a little bit. Thanks, Vepper. Agree. Do you think it's worth investing into weapons boards if you lack the latest expansion? No. Crook's really good right now. But part of why Crook is good is because Atlas Stone gives you another hedge out of Crook into Apocalypse Pig. And it's a native out that you could just have on board. So now all you need to do is catch a Rivicon, or catch Pendulum, or catch the, if you have the new expansion, catch the Speedrunner package, which is, honestly, I've never been able to put that thing together. I think there's too many pieces and they all have to be diamonds. So that's not really cutting down your odds any. But Crook's also really good just because I know Crook. I might be... That might just be the comfort pick, right? Like you guys, you watch somebody like Snazzer playing Dooley all the time, even when Dooley's not particularly good, but like it's good because he's good on Dooley, right? Like he's confident in that. So you're watching him and you're like, oh, Dooley must be really good right now. He's kicking some ass. And like that doesn't necessarily mean that's correct. And so I probably am overvaluing it, but like it's what I'm easily getting wins on right now. So no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not down to 0. I have tree. Correct. I need to think about that. Make income, 2 coins coming in. You might consider bow over road versus some opponents. Yeah, if I were going against a Mak per se, bow would be better. Part of the reason we didn't get rid of it because like robe does functionally nothing if he's not running a weapons board. So if we were up against a Mak, we'd be asking the question whether or not we thought he was going full poison. I mean, we could be asking the question on Vanessa too. I don't know. I mean, we just win the race better with robe. We're just stronger against more boards with robe right now. But it is totally worth it. You're correct. That is a line to think of. I'm actually not sure I was thinking of it until you said it. So you're totally welcome. Jewish Cats. Howdy, buddy. Without the expansion, I'm mainly leaning on silk, but drums is decent, so I'll play lumbors and often other weapons early. Drums is good. Yeah, especially if you get snowmobile. Drums is still pretty good. But it's still like a 1 in 4 of hitting drums. And you are a little caught out in weapons boards without. Now, your real pivots are still going to be your gym and your crook lines. And those are still there for you. You just missed the 28-hour fitness line. That is the best out of weapons line if you have to get out of them and don't find. And so you are missing some pieces of that in terms of power. I don't think you don't do weapons board. I just think you do value them a little bit less. But they are going to win you day 1, day 2, day 3 still. Like just the lumbors of it all is still very, very strong in the early game. You just have a more likely chance to have to pivot your way out. So just consider where your econ is. Just consider your ability to hold other hedges, etc. If your econ's nowhere and you're debating between going into weapons versus going into like something that'll set up multiple lines that aren't going to take as much investment to hedge, that like the hedges go on your board, then I would go that way. But if you're looking at lumbors on one of your first 2 shops, just don't be dumb. Buy lumbors. Be happy. Okay, we're going into the fight. I'm going to do this before PvP and PvE for a little bit. I'm going to, so just know as I come into it, I'm going to be checking my board. I'm going to be moving it around a little bit. I'm then going to go read the chat, kind of give time. So there's going to be that little bit of buffer time before I start a PvP fight or start a PvE fight. So if you're like, oh, you're missing your placement on this. Oh, put boomerang on your goddamn board. Oh, whatever. Like, pop that off. I will be reading it before I actually get into the thing. We'll take it into consideration. We are going to use the power of the whole mafia here. You start kicking some more ass. That's just moving into single weapons before you're ready. We're also going to try our goddamn best to recap every fight. We got 3 swings, 160. Yeah, we're just very strong. We're just very strong. Jesus Christ, we're very strong. That was just unfortunate for her, actually. Also, we're at 900 HP. How are we at 900? We only have like 1 extra fight with knee brace. How are we such a chunky boy, guys? I know I did take a healthy heart, but that just feels like a lot. Jim! It's Jim! Oh, also because I'm leveling. That's correct, too. Yeah, the post level bug. So that's like $150, I think, that I got there. But it's Jim. It's because we did the gym line and we did buy a decent number of weapons after that. Okay, so I can upgrade knee braces. This I really want thoughts on, by the way. Also, we got into the bigger board, so I don't have to sell the coin for space. I can upgrade tree. It is a mistake to run 2 income lines at the same time. But upgrading tree is actually just, the play is functional money, right? So upgrading tree means that I will get a silver coin, so that's 1 extra coin there. And then I will get 2 extra value from this coin. I will get 2 extra value from that coin, so that's 5 total. And then I will get the 3 extra for the value of tree itself. Right? So that's 8 total income, assuming I get rid of tree immediately, and then I have obviously the ability to leverage it. So that's what upgrading tree does for us. Upgrading robe means we have ourselves a silver robe, right? That's what having, we understand what that is. Upgrading longbow means I'm an idiot because I decided not to upgrade my silver robe. Upgrading knee brace means I want to keep playing knee brace for multiple days. And getting value out of that. Now, how much am I getting out of each weapon buy? Still 200 is still actually so much hit points. Yeah, so I think that's a viable line. So the 3 lines is knee brace, robe, money tree. I always before would have snapped upgraded money tree. I think that's actually the worst play here. I'm actually considering these 2 pretty strongly now. Walter thinks it's tree. Oh, I'm surprised. Jim is upgraded, my friend. Jim cannot be upgraded by this guy. Yeah, Fang is so strong when you're scaling. Do you know if caltrops trigger 28-hour fitness? They do not. Nope. Yeah, you have to use an item, and anything without a cast time isn't used, right? And any event on a card that is like a when you blah 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 is not a use of the card. So if you're running Igloo, when you freeze shield, every time Igloo shields, you did not use Igloo, right? So that shield event doesn't get to be when you use a shield item. It doesn't get to trigger those. Now, it does trigger the when you shield if that's the text, but the use is only upon the event of reaching the completion of your cast time. Brace upgrades before losing value. Yeah. If you move into square peg, then knee brace is hard to justify. If I have knee brace on my board one day, knee brace is pretty good. Also, we ain't looking very square here. I now have Feng and Sunder, right? I have Ring King Gauntlets. Square's totally a line I can move into. It is not a line I'm moving into today. That would be a wild turn of events. Could happen. We ain't avoiding it, but it totally could happen. All right, well, Walter talked me into doing the thing that I wanted to do. In my bones. Yeah, take gold versus 100 hit points. Yeah, on day 4, I'm not sure which I want. I guess, what's the upgrade difference from bronze to gold chocolate bars? It's not just 8 gold, though. I not only have backdoors to the 100 hit points, because like I could spend the extra gold on the chocolate bar thing, but I also have backdoor into extra money. Right, the upgrade also means that if I happen to find one coin thing, yeah, this is a better one. Yeah, I'm probably selling trees soon for space anyway, but again,
That's a fine piece.
yeah. So it is 8 gold no matter what is the reason this is compelling.
Feel the difference?
If we sell it this second, it's 8 gold. But you know, we might go to Isla right now and find ourselves a briefcase, right? I don't see any reroll plays that make sense for us not losing value. Isla would be better anyway than rerolling. Yeah, Isla's just a great vendor in our current state. That's not really much of a choice I have to debate. I will overthink shit, but I'm not going to overthink that. Okay. How do I buy everything? How do I just stuff it all in my face? Okay. The guaranteed play that I'm just not even considering on this set of fight is that I get boomerang. That's we're not. Then the other guaranteed plays I get lumbers. Those two are just coming in my belly right now. There's just no world in which I don't get them. So we got boomerang.
Make me proud.
In order to make space, I think it's longbow or it's tree. Tree has potential of extra value, but if I get rid of tree, I'm gonna have more space, and just more functional money right now versus having to get rid of both likely on the other side. So that's the kind of line I need to start thinking better about, rather than just be like, well, I don't want lumber, or I don't want Pygmallien longbow, and I do get value out of trees, so I chuck longbow. Like, what value do I get out of the extra space? What more decisions can I possibly make on the other side by having made the space? I think it's still longbow, but I think we're probably selling tree anyway. I really like that Atlas stone. I don't know that I go stone here. I don't know. I really like having it in the background. Part of the silver change there. Yeah, that's probably true. How do the extra hit points from level ups work? It's not a fixed amount. So it tells you, see the little card and it has the plus symbol and the 100. Don't listen to that. That's a lie. If you go to ! guide and you go to the, there's a new tab in there. It is the weird item interactions part. And then level... One second. Okay. Pull this over to the screen. 100 hit point per level indicator on the hero is flat out line. The actual hit point gain per level is 50 times level minus 1. Okay. So you gain 50 on 2, 100 on 3, 150 on 4, etc. So that's the math. I don't think lumbers is needed with showcase. I think you're crazy. Burn chaos completely negated by your boar. Yeah, that sucks. It's level minus 1 times 50. Yeah. That's, if you like concise explainers, then fine, Walter. Okay, I'm thinking I just chuck bow and I reroll. I think that's fine. Give tree a day to live. Yeah. That's what's happening. Oh, I did not think of the math on that I wouldn't be able to see the other side. I had no idea I was that low, actually. Was that a misplay then? Because do I want to see... No, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. It probably was. I probably would have paid tree for the view. I probably would have been willing to pay tree now for the look. Because there's so many important weapons. Am I still willing to do that? Thoughts? Am I willing to get rid of trees so that I can look to find a Ring King upgrade, flail, yeah, just yo-yo, general weapons board power stuff. Yeah. Yep, that was a pretty big misplay, actually, just not realizing. I mean, no, it wasn't. Tree was going in the trash. That didn't keep me from not throwing away tree. It was a moderate-sized misplay. And yeah, I will put something else here next to this. Once I have something else to put next to this. Do I want to work on stone in the background? Gives me lines into square peg. This would be my total stash working space forever. I can't even take down. I'd have to sacrifice, and that's pretty expensive right now for a play that I don't need. It's a dream line, right? It's not really a powerful line.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
That's true.
While you can.
That's true. Okay. Then from that perspective, I'm definitely buying Slingshot just for the HP. Actually, so we also have to think of Gym as fluid, right? Gym's the next thing that we're gonna sell. And so small silvers are guaranteed buy and sell because this makes money, right? That is.
More stories. Then come back and
I
tell
bought it for 4, I sold it for 2, I gained 3 value. So let's do that. And it's not that we always do that because obviously having some available money. I can buy it Lottle for the same reason and just hold it there and then figure out what to do with it later. So there's no reason not to.
Use it well. Make me proud.
Yes, I would like to get ahead of the day XP curve very much. So I get the level up right before. That comes at the cost of brook fishing, which I'm not entirely sure is my best board right now. Though I am getting a little set up for it. But if I don't have left-handed or right-handed, that at Lottle doesn't play ever. I'm probably going to have to sell it anyway in order to make space for my boomerang catch. She could have an upgrade on Robe. She could have an upgrade on Showcase. Against, I get to hit my level up from now on every day before the fight. And have that power before the fight is just like not much in question to me. We might be fast enough to take Juggler here. I think we are fast enough to take him with Robe. Maybe not. We scale and we have Fang, which again is a hell of a card. And we have significantly more hit points than we normally come into this fight with. We don't have anything to cleanse, so his burn never actually falls off. It actually keeps stacking. It starts stacking very slow, but it actually keeps stacking. But we actually get to get shield and the Robe into the fight pretty early, and then we scale pretty hard. I think we actually win. Shield should be fine. Welcome in, first time chatter, Silly Moves. Shield used to be fine against Juggler, but do not be confused anymore. The upgrades to Juggler means he burns through your Robe incredibly quickly, and he keeps stacking. The Robe itself used to be enough to let his burn fall off, but he will continue to stack now. It never falls off on its own. And so Robe would just stall and wait for it to abate, and it does not abate anymore. So without cleanse, Robe is a stall, it is not a stabilizer. And so if you don't have a shit ton of damage plus your Robe, you do not beat Flame Juggler. So don't get baited. I've been baited a few times. That fight has changed. I think we still win here, but it's not as like obvious to me as it was, and I was very comfortable with this fight. So especially with that Lumbers, you should have knee brace in play. Take out the brace for Sunder Lumbers. Yep. Yeah, this is the most damage I can do. 6, that's still the fastest I have. Yep, that's the best board I could put up. I need space for the boomerang, right? So it's get rid of it, Lottle, take Juggler and get the extra XP, or get rid of Robe, keep it Lottle, go to somebody else. I feel like the XP is just significantly better than holding on to it Lottle for some backdoor into Crook right now. It Lottle comes back to me often enough, and You took the XP node. Right, but I'm thinking of getting my thing by day 8 now. Getting my enchant by day 8. Every tiny bit gets me there. I can't tell you how much I'm missing that by 1 or 2 XP all the time. And I don't feel any kind of way about it Lottle. So if I got it Lottle today, or if I got Crook on the other side of this fight at gold, I would not run it Lottle. If I got Crook at gold and I got a weapon skill and I didn't have Showcase, I wouldn't run it Lottle. With Showcase, I would. But I would not run it Lottle with Crook at gold, which I cannot get, right? Crook at bronze or at silver, I won't run it Lottle for 3 days. I will find this again before I find, right? Like, I am very comfortable. I'm not worried about that. Yeah. I'm doing this. I'm taking the XP fight. Now, if I lose here, it's a big throw, and I could lose here. This does feel... He is pretty risky now, but the extra hit points are pretty significant. I also did completely forget that I had that haste. And yeah, he actually does not get through our shield because our shield is so fucking fast because of our fast weapons. But our burn was still stacking, right? He was still piling on the burn. So that was, yeah. What did we get? Wrong note. Welcome, welcome. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate you coming in. We're a little on the low energy because we're in the deep big brain today. All right, that's kind of where we are. We normally have a lot more energy. Let's see where we landed. We got Gland. Okay. I'm going to be careful with Gland. You don't have to yell at me, Walter. I know. I'm not going to get any other free stuff clogging up my stash space, so I can just take that. Going to just leave Gland right there. So we have the regen skill, which means that when we sell off one of these things, the regen skills are applying to the Gland and stuff right now. So we're just paying attention and making sure that's in the left position from once we sell it. I think JJ, who has items, is probably where we want to go. And then I think we want to put the value on something that's a little more fungible than our Pig's Gym is. And then I think we are ready to go into JJ.
Come on in. Let's chat.
That I got to think about. I got to think a lot about that. The value play goes up. I can now buy and sell a lot of weapons, but I'm pretty poor. I now have a very real hedge in Gym. Gym is now like possibly the play. And the max health I get from weapons 20 to 50. Is it really that much? I don't think I don't think I'm asking questions anymore. I don't think. I'm about to snap call that. I will give you all a couple of seconds to talk me out of it, but I don't think. Good luck to you. That's tempo. It's nuts.
So, how about this weather?
Yeah.
Oh, you're leaving.
Okay. I need to now deeply consider buying and selling weapons whenever I can. Not at 12. So doing the reroll here, we could get ourselves as much as like 100 extra XP. So yes, we have a couple of things that we're selling right now. So I definitely am liking the reroll. Anything we could do to kind of get the extra power right now. So I need to make space. Gland is the easiest sell. And I'm buying Wrist Warrior. The question is, am I holding... Well, that's not the question yet. I don't have to ask that question. No one's going to talk me into buying those two. I like our setup right now. Actually, that's not true. there's a potential line where I run lean so that I get some tree value. I cut down some hedges here, like Atlas Stone, like Magma Core, this, to run tree and have space for the one coin at a time. I will get the one coin on this side of the fight and the other coin on the other side of the fight. So I would buy tree at bronze. I would get one coin today and one coin tomorrow. So it would be up to 5, and then it would get 2 4 value out of it. So we would get 3 total coinage from the play. So that's the play, is I would lose Atlas Stone as a hedge, and then get rid of Wisp Warrior now. This is not heartbreaking, for 3 gold. For a 3 gold line. And I would not be able to hold Money Tree at all past that. That doesn't sound worth it to me. Yeah. Day 4, yeah, day 4, the gold is hit point scaling. So do I do that line just for the 3 gold so that I can scale hit points for tempo and I get rid of like this slow burn idea and I just keep investing? That's the tempo line I don't normally think of, Walter. This is why Walter is here, boys, because that is correct. That 3 gold is a weapon I get to buy, right? That 3 gold is 50 hit points. And I lose Atlas Stone as a line. But like Atlas Stone is a day 8 line, right? It's not even. Atlas Stone is a day 10 line that's good to work on right now. But this is one of those, think of how expensive this is. It was worth buying for the hit points. But I'm losing these 2 slots forever, and then I'm dumping all of my cooldown reduction, all my whatnot into it. And then it just doesn't run naked. It still needs like combo pieces to run. It is a way out of a lot of boards. It is, you know, and so I do like having it. There are plays. But when we are running hot on tempo and like when we're leveraging, yeah, I think I'm getting rid of it. Yeah, and Jim is the real pivot out right now. You're totally right. Jim is the real pivot out. All the wings on Jim now anyway, since you're never playing Atlas. That is correct. Okay. I'm going to get the XP on the other side of this, so I need to get rid of Wrist Warrior right now. Okay, that's cool. That's a line I wouldn't have thought to do because it's just a little bit too tight for me. The other thing that this does that I didn't think about is it gives me a catch when we come out to put value on that's very fungible. That's 1 extra gold that's not on a thing that I regret selling, right? Okay, cool.
If the elder could see me now.
Don't actually have to sell the coin this very second.
I teach, you learn. We're a good team.
Jesus Christ. It's Brawler, right? I can reroll for a weapon skill. But I feel like at this point we're just saying like we take so long to kill. Yeah, we're gonna be the chunkiest of chunky boys. Now at some point we should figure out how to have weapons that don't suck. That would also be a good combo. We're gonna do weapons now. Fuck robe. Yeah. Yep. You are totally correct. You're totally correct. Okay. I also, by the way, and this is a thing I figured out a little bit ago that that is a good line to share. Now is the moment I can consider getting rid of robe, but I still tend to hold robe around. But if you have robe and you have a board that robe's not going to play, don't get rid of it if you don't have to, and think hard about getting rid of it just because it lets you take. It is a huge activator in helping you take all of the diamond fights for a while, right? There's a lot of diamond burn fights in the progression forward, and robe just like like you saw, this weapons board could not have taken that fight without robe. So it's good in that front. I don't think tomorrow has the firefight as the one, but that is a thing to pay attention to now. Is like, we do want to kind of keep picking up those diamond fights whenever we can, right? And so today, the day, or we're actually after Juggler. Tomorrow's could be Scoville, right? So you could hold it around if you wanted to like race Scoville. So we're just keeping that in mind, that that's part of the line if we possibly have an XP, whatever. So don't just throw it in the trash just because you don't need it, right? This is why we're holding everything until the last second. Scaling gym might be better than showcase next day. Look at your hit point bar. Whatever. Could someone help me with my board and if I should buy a spike shield with the bronze defense grid instead of kiosks? Sure. Should you buy bronze spike shield? Spike shield with a bronze defense grid. Instead of kiosks? No, but you should run it with kiosks. So, at this point in the game, how many wins do you have left? I can't tell by the screenshot. How many times do you have to win before you go? You have 3 more wins till you cash out? Okay. I mean, you scaled that guy to 328. You're ride or die kiosk now. Like, you're not getting rid of kiosk. The question is, do we think you'll actually get more value out of Spike Shield than you will doubling the value of your fixer? The answer is no. No. Keep doing the line you're doing. The Spike Shield is delayed. It has all kinds of challenges. It's a way to get extra damage out of your shield, but honestly, you need to stall for your kiosk to do what your kiosk did. You did the hard work. You got a 328 damage kiosk. That's some fucking scaling, man. Good, attaboy. No, just keep going with what you're going. That said, you do have space. You could just grab it as a hedge. I don't know. Although you can't know because you're buying and selling properties. Never mind. No, you can't. You would immediately have to get rid of it to buy and sell. Nope. Absolutely not. Okay. With average scaling, gym might be better than showcase next day. That might be true. Diamond Chocoholic with Pawn Shop. I'm sorry, he has Diamond Chocoholic. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just looking for Whammy and Lion Cane at that point. Yeah. Those are weapons you would consider. Lion Cane is something you would consider running in place of your this, but yeah, you got Chocoholic. Do not clutter your stash, my friend. Just keep playing the most fun minigame in the world, which is buying and selling every goddamn property you ever want and get paid to do it. Razak, welcome, buddy. Okay. Do I fish for a skill here? I'm so in lines on a weapons board. Do I want to do the random skill, just see if I can get a weapon skill here? I don't have any, so all of them are still available to me. There's some crit skills that aren't nothing. I'm not sure what Kina has right now other than like a belt that would even make my board, or that would even make my stash. She could have an upgrade to showcase, but that's a little long in the odds. But she is worth 2 gold. She is worth 2 gold. So 2 gold in a look-sees or look at a skill. Feeling the skill personally. I'm not hearing anyone responding. The skill line's also a line I just don't normally do. I normally like see all the shops, and I'm kind of interested in feeling that out for some reason. It also can be monster skills, and we are also where it can be silver. Skills are very bad on Pyg, but we are running a weapons board. I'm just saying, you know, in terms of arguments that can be made, I get to shut up now. So that's fun. Okay, we need the space for the coin that is a-coming. And then otherwise, I believe we are ready for this fight. We do not have a left or right-handed. We are position agnostic in our current board. I think we have done all the things that we could do. We could consider actually running our gym right now. Nope, not at 9 seconds. I can't. Jesus, that sucks. It is literally worse. I mean, you know, I will get 50 and 9 instead of 50 and 10, but I will have 25 for every single swing before that. Yeah, I'm not running gym. My God, gym is brutal right now, man. You have to get this thing to diamond and then get a phono on this bitch for this to be playable. It is very hard to run right now. Do I want to search for Pygmallien? I'm not sure. If that's a joke, I missed the joke. If that's not a joke, I don't know what item you're talking about. All right, we're doing it.
I may be young for a captain.
Only thing I'm afraid of is the eels counter right now. I don't think I'm afraid of a wide weapon sport. Maybe I was wrong.
Like my crew
No, I
says
wasn't.
at the bar. Another round.
Yeah, to be fair, to be perfectly fair to this board, it killed 2 of me, right? It killed 2 of her. It just had to kill 3 of her, and it did not. But to be fair to this board, wildly outclasses my board. To be fair to hit point tempo scaling, doesn't matter. Like, yeah. Wow. Okay. If you use balcony on pawn shop, does it give you the hit point during the fight? No, just the match HP limit. It does not. It's dead hit points. You will only ever balcony your pawn shop for damage on your lion cane or whammy, or because you have a hogwash that is using that extra hit points for its heal and you could heal into it, or you have a again, basically because you are leveraging your hit points for damage, or because you will somehow heal into that space. So if you're running like a lemonade stand that is massive, as soon as it pops off in your regen, you can heal into that empty space, then cool. But it's not available hit points unless you have a mechanic to utilize it. The only biggie in this fight is the pig. Okay. So the goal today was to get better at coming in today's 4, 5, and 6 with more tempo. I dare to say mission accomplished. I mean, we still got lots of play left, but so far we're doing pretty good on that. Now, I am thinking that our line is to just abuse the shit out of Pyg's Gym. And to do that, it's probably middle. I think chocolate bars mean nothing to us compared to buying and selling weapons right now. We can get 1 free weapon at the docks for surezies and probably not take a lot of space. That's guaranteed, versus going to middle and finding some other weapon combos that are going to make sense. I mean, even Caltrops is alive today. There's some, but, you know, I think it's definitely middle. I'm not going to wait on that particular question.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Okay. Now, now I'm thinking I'm going to get rid of robe so I can cycle that briefcase while I still have tree. That is 4 free coins that I get to use to cycle more weapons. And it is, yeah. I know robe could potentially help me out with the rush into, what's his name? I'm not guaranteed I'm going to have that fight, and I'm not sure I beat Scoville anyway. Actually, no, I'm sure I beat my weapons take a little while to come online, so I'm not sure I get through Scoville's hit points before he becomes a fucking menace. I probably wouldn't take that fight. We're ahead enough on XP. You think I win against Scoville without robe versus everyone? Okay. Walter's very good at gauging monster fights. So if I'm not holding it for Scoville, then I'm not holding it at all.
Oh, delivery is free. I like the exercise.
Now, am I probably didn't have to throw that away before I made the next thought. Am I cycling bow at 4? It's like, I want to actually hold this gym for a while, right? So I think I am going to think of this as something that I'm not going to sell for money in the near future. This is going to sell for like a pivot when I am going to go to 28 or something like that. But I'm getting so much hit point value out of this that I do not want to get rid of gym. So I'm thinking of that as pretty permanent. Money tree is the most tangible thing, like the most throwawayable thing on earth. So I have a lot of money. I think I have enough that I'm cycling at 8 for 50 hit points. Would I spend 4 gold for 50 hit points at this point? That's the question. Should I be spending 4 gold for 50 hit points? That actually doesn't sound... No, because it's also money that goes on to my gym. If I am considering gym fungible, it's not even a question. This pays me money for free hit points. If I'm considering gym as something I don't want to get rid of soon. All right, there's the line I need to figure out. Am I willing to just kind of drop it when I drop it because I got the tempo I got out of it? Or am I going to keep greeting that forever? B pivot? It's definitely the B pivot. You're right. That's true. The bow is actually like beating boomerang in terms of my PvP setup. So we start here.
Oh, I think you're really
Do the
gonna
reroll.
enjoy that.
No mobile is the hedge into drum. It's worthless without it, but it's a very, very strong hedge into drum. I still have... I'm not going to level up today. I'm not going to level up. I am going to level up today. And I will level up tomorrow. I still have till the end of tomorrow to find drum. Kind of like that line. Do I get rid of tree now to hold snowmobile? Also, do I get rid of tree now just to buy, you know, a weapon that's going to give me 50 hit points also? And the fact that it is a hedge. That feels correct. Yeah, that feels correct to me. So I would sell coin and sell tree. If you have a problem with that plan, speak now, forever hold your peace. Again, if you just popped in and you're wondering why we're going super slow, we're giving the chat time to respond. We are working on our mid game right now. I am pretty good at understanding how to win day 1 through 3 very well. I'm pretty good at understanding how to hedge for a good board. I'm pretty shit at making sure I'm coming into day 4, 5, and 6 with enough tempo to make it to that hedge, or to give me just the best advantage I have on that hedge. And so we are being sweaty today to figure out how to do that better. And this whole me re-explaining that is a stall to give you guys time to hold me. sell coin embrace today. Yeah, I think that's backwards. I think we often sell like, oh, I don't need this right now, I'm gonna sell it. Oh, I don't need this, I'm gonna sell it. If you sell the thing that's worth the most money and that frees up the most space, you can just freely hold on to the other shit for longer, right? If I sell these, if I sell knee brace and something else, I'm still probably gonna have to sell money tree, right? And now I had to sell money tree and knee brace. Like, I lose a hedge doing it in that direction. There's a decent enough chance that I don't find another single weapon and that there's no better board state like than just running knee brace. Like, there's no reason to lose that option right now, right? The idea of doing that is that we can also, the real problem with that is then my value has to go onto something that's not fungible. I guess my value goes on to tree. Let's think about that. My value goes on a tree. I get rid of this. I get rid of the knee brace. I grab the thing. I come down. What's the point of that play? The point of that play is that at the next shop or something, I get coins. I have nowhere to put them, and I have to sell tree in order to get them, right? There's no way to get further value out of tree using that line. And so tree goes now. Now's the moment these next 2 days to hold for the drum match. Yeah, totally. At least one more coin from tree. One more coin from tree does not happen until right before the fight. If I did not buy or sell anything until right before the fight, I made some misplays. If I have nowhere to put my boomerang catch, I have nothing to get from the fight. If I'm able to get another coin out of this tree, I fucked the fuck up. I fucked up hard. So, good night, sweet prince. You were a very fun, very temporary 3-hour play
If it's not right for you, bring it back.
that ended up making us something of the order of 12 gold for 3 hours. That was pretty pleasant. It is bow that is the most. Is it bow or is it knee brace that's the most fungible? Probably knee brace, because bow might play on the current board. Okay, that's fine. I'm not considering either of those. I'm not really considering Herma. I could get tree back. I could regret my life choices. I get a cold room that isn't a hedge I would want right now. I think all my space is devoted towards like leaning into this weapons line until I come out the other side of drum not being a possibility. And then we're looking probably into pivots that are like 28 hours or just playing the line into the gym that we have. I'm not envisioning a world where I want to get out, and I'm definitely not envisioning one in which cold room is the way. So that's a hard no. We're a little tied up for chocolate bars. We could probably eke out, if we got rid of bow and knee brace right now, we could get 4. Or 5. If we got rid of just bow, we could get 4. Or we get 5 gold to buy more weapons. This feels objectively correct to me. Now, that said, Herma, I could buy and sell a cheap golf clubs or a cheap kukri. Just for the fat hit points. I'm thinking we want some money to be able to like buy drum without selling off. Yeah, I'm thinking money. It gives you one more activation from card on the tree. Is drum even better with all the eel play? Well, Jim has the same problem drum does. Jim should be running fast weapons. You should not be running Jim with like, I don't know. Yeah, Jim is a fast weapons board too. So it doesn't solve any of your problems. there are better shops in the afternoon. I'm thinking I want duelist just for the skill. I mean, I want duelist for the skill. That's not really requiring much thought. Theoretically, I drop Thunder for... Actually, I don't in this fight. I don't actually drop Thunder. Because you want your damage up front fast. Get him down to half health. I still drop Thunder, actually. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. The extra time I took shuffling that around will not be gained by killing him.
I completed all the Dooley courses.
That's true. Enemies can't do 2,000 damage before this ends. I can just wait fuckers out. This guy could. If you don't get him below health, he's actually spicy. Ooh, feather. Am I feathering Jim? Am I feathering Jim as a hedge, or am I feathering Showcase as... I mean, I feel like I'm not going to run Showcase forever. I think I'm feathering Jim as a hedge, right? I will hold it. I don't have to do anything right now. But that's what I'm thinking I'm doing. I don't have anything that's going to pop out on me that I'm going to destroy by not cleansing my board state right now. Feather will... Well, no. Throwing knives will be the first thing I sell. Okay. Okay. I think it's very obviously Kev.
The world is pretty scary.
It's very obviously not that. Do I actually reroll here? The weapons he has are going to be expensive unless they happen to be expensive and good. And so just like normally we just want to see a shielded yo-yo changes the game. I do understand. We just want to understand the value of like that fish. We're just sitting on our hands. We're doing a lot of sitting on our hands today instead of just like allowing myself to reach, grab, do the move. We're sitting on our hands, making sure we're making good plays. Snow globe's on activate. I'm not thinking of this. I'm just curious. Yeah, it's on active use. It's not on freeze. That is kind of playable. Kev sell health items could be gym technically. This is the likely thing I actually want. I get my robe back with some extra sauce. If I had 28, I would look at that. I do want to buy and sell Wrist Warrior just for the gym value. So I'm going to make space for that. We think throwing knives is playable with only 3. When you crit with another item, charges 1 second. With only 3 swings. We're not killing inside of 10 right now. Oh, we're killing in 12. Yeah, we're killing in 12. Yeah, it's playable. That's true. Okay. So that's not it. Alright, so what's going in the trash? More playable than Sunder? Is that true? I don't know. I love Sunder. I like Sunder's a good boy. Screw you, Walter, joining in. By the way, last Alistor, first time chatter, welcome, buddy. Beginning to wind down with respect to creativity. Pig does fire now. Vanessa has good base buffing. Item Dooley simply sucks. Max is Vanessa for those who like to be more fiddly. Not sure what they can do to be more innovative. My dude, that take is melting the earth. It's so hot. That is a fiery take, my friend. I'm just gonna move on from that take. Knee brace doesn't play anymore. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. At 100 hit points, knee brace doesn't play anymore, does it? I think we actually are at the point that we want to start fielding a pretty competitive board. We are at the point that we have competitive things to play. This is a better board than running knee braces. Is that true? Sir Walter would be the person I would ask that. Or is it I am so strong I should just keep winning more, and I would be silly to, for this much damage, waste 100 free hit points. Those are the two lines of thinking. But whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it is marginal compared to gym sacking. Okay. I am debating. So this could be a weapon, which is some hit points and some money. This is loot, which obviously loot is loot right now. It could be an upgrade hammer. It could be an upgrade hammer for my lumbors, which probably shouldn't run on our board too much longer. But income allows me to keep doing the buy-sell shenanigans. I'm actually pretty keen on income right now, considering how much leverage we are getting out of our money, how much that is just like exponential value. And then it's money that gets to kind of re-up so we can sell down to 0. So that's the play I'm thinking. I gotta run to the restroom, so I'm curious your thoughts. I will read chat as soon as I get back, then I'll make a choice. I'll be right back. So pop off in the chat. Let me know what you're thinking. Yeah, I think that there's sure that there's a correct play. I'm leaning towards income. I think that there are advantages and disadvantages. I'm leaning towards income. I'm just gonna grab the income. I think we definitely want a vendor here. What you got for us, Val Pack? I'm not... It is so uncomfortable for me, by the way, to constantly run this tight. But we're going to get used to it. That is the correct play. That's what we should be doing. If I can make space for that, that's obviously free hit points. It is slightly expensive. I can get rid of Wrist Warrior. I can get rid of Feather or Insect Wing. I'm not 100% sure I want to get rid of both to spend 8 or to spend 4, which would get us down. Well, no, it wouldn't. We'd be at 6. And then 2 for the reroll. We'd be at 9 on the other side of the board. If we sold those 2 and bought this and then sold this. Nope. Yeah, we'd be at 9 on the other side of the board. We're right before the fight. Okay, what can I do to make myself the most powerful right now? His reroll is 4, so I'm not going to reroll him, right? Because his reroll is an entire buy-sell weapon. So the question is, do I want to get rid of these 2 right now so that I get 50 hit points? Or do I think I can get more mileage out of it tomorrow? Like, am I trying to be just that much stronger for the fight today? Yeah, I think that's correct too. I think gym is my feather location. So this is happening. I'm fine with that. I think gym is where I'm putting my feather, in case that ends up being our line. And if I'm making that a possible line, no, I still like putting the value on items rather than on gym itself. So there's a marginal cost thing we should think about. I should talk about this real quick because some people, this is kind of a concept that I made up to justify why I was not remembering to put my kiosk next to my rewards card and then realize it was actually a correct line, which is the marginal value of putting your rewards card on your Pig's Gym is 2 value on your Pig's Gym versus if the buy sell average cost of an item right now is, let's say, 8, right? And so 8 gold, I buy and sell, spend, right? I can buy a weapon for 8, I can sell it for 4, it has 4 marginal cost, right? And it gives me back 5 value on gem. So the current value of coins is a 4 to 5 return on value, to say nothing of the fact that it's also flexibility. So just putting the value onto something that I can sell, assuming the average cost of my weapons right now is at 8, which it's obviously mostly below that, I get more value dumping it onto something, not onto gem directly. And that's if we knew gem was our final line. So just wanted to like give you guys permission to think that way, talk that out, because that's helpful sometimes to think about. Okay, cool. It's actually more in favor of the liquid option because of the hit point. Also, so what do we put wing on? That's my question. I don't want to sit here forever, so we have 30 seconds to have opinions on that. Yeah. You also get the liquid option, and then you get more HP. We put it on gym, but okay. I thought you saying the liquid thing meant you were saying not to put it on gym because we want gym to not be a sellable thing, but I thought you were having a new line of counter thinking I didn't think of, and so I want to give us time. I don't need to sell that in a second. Okay. Yeah, you meant for rewards card. You're talking about that line. Yep. Now, a line I didn't consider, which I should have because it is a play, was to buy VIP pass that I theoretically could run showcase and VIP and gym on a board to make money. So that was actually a huge misplay to not consider that line, because that could have been, you know, we would have had to wait. I mean, there's a lot of arguments against it, and I'm not going to do the thinking through now on a line that's no longer available to me, but that was a line we could have considered, was to make value out of VIP pass. We have 2 properties that we can make value out of it on. One of those properties is actually viable. I'm actually kind of deeply regretting that I didn't consider that, and I just moved the hell on. So, okay, that sucks. Anyway, speak up now on the current board state if you have opinions. Let's think that through. Bow's beating everything. That's beating everything. The fast weapons are clearly beating everything. I have nothing that popped out of the fight that I have to worry about, so I'm okay running tight on my stash. I do not have positioning requirements on any of my items, so I think I'm in the best state that I can be. The 25 damage versus 80 damage at 8.5 seconds now means that if I think I'm fighting infinite scaling Pyg's gym is a play that has an advantage. Everyone else it's showcase. It is day 5. I don't think I'm facing a Pyg that I can't get through if he's doing defensive scaling. I'd be very surprised if I'm facing a Pyg I can't get through, especially with how much time we have, because we are a chunky boy. Unless you have endless money, rewards cards should always be on something you would be selling. Yeah. How do you feel about gym over Lumbors in a small? There's a line. Over Lumbors? No. But over Longbow in a small. Did you say Lumbors or Longbow? You said Lumbors. Over Lumbors, no. 7 seconds. I mean, I guess this is permanently 9 now. We get to think of this as permanently 9. We shouldn't fall below somebody else's hit point pool unless we're in a fight that we already lost. Which means it averages out at 3, but I still like the extra damage value that I get out of this. But throwing lives. Again, that's the play that's like I need to scale really hard versus the I just need to shut this boy down. And so I am more worried. Yeah, I think I'm more worried about burn stacking than anything else being able to kill me. Or shield scaling into slam. which means like being on top of the shield rather than letting it fall behind while I wait to scale up. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel, actually. I think that I like my board, but I don't have fully fledged thoughts on why. So I'm going to sit on my hands. We're going to think about it. Let's read if anyone has thoughts. Jim going off once is worth 3 showcases at 8.5 seconds. But it means that we... you have to think about how much damage did not get delivered. We could probably kill some people's about half a second after Jim goes off from this board. Whereas Jim goes off and then we have to wait for everything to swing before we could kill those people's, right? But getting 2 swings of everything with the showcase amount, I'm feeling like most people are dead after longbow. Jim does go then longbow. That is a very good point. 85 damage with 3 swings might just be enough. 3-second claw and a 9-second Pygmallien. Dipper, welcome so much. First time chatter. Jim scale showcase does not. Welcome, buddy. That is a good point. If we were debating getting rid of one, we're just debating what's going on today. They both scale our in combat damage. We are not debating long term, like keeping showcase and chucking Jim. That is not on the cards. That's not on the table. We're just debating what we run right now. So, okay, Lumbors. Yeah, the timing is correct. I was wrong when I was wrong. I was totally wrong. It would be Lumbors instead of. So whoever made that comment, where's the Brander, you got snark when you made a great idea. I apologize, good sir. I'm gonna hit 3 times instantly after Jim goes off. No problem at all, man. No problem. And it's a totally valid comment from what I was very aware by the comment that like you heard me asking which one should I get rid of, and I'm sitting on a full board state, so that's not an uncommon idea to make here. Yeah, just wanted to like people come in every minute, and if that's the decision I'm making, that is an absolutely correct comment. I would be in, if I'm making that misplay, I would deeply hope someone would pop off in the chat and keep me from it. Pyg is unlikely to mess with our timing. Absolutely correct. The vert often on Jim sets up kills at exactly 9 seconds. So, am I running Jim over Lumbor small and just doing this? Or am I doing this? All right, so Jim's in. Jim's in. We're not debating Jim anymore. Jim's in. I agree. I was wrong. Jim's in. Okay, cool. Glad we're happy about that. Showcase or Lumbors? Showcase or Lumbors? That's the new debate. I think it's showcase. Thunder is good timing. Throwing knives is bad timing. It's actually pretty slow after Jim. But it does get... Yeah, it only gets 1 showcase hit. Yeah, so I'm okay with that being out here. Thunder's good timing. Ring King's whatever Ring King is. We're not debating Ring King. Fang is good timing.
Alistair has joined the Goose Mafia.
Lumbors is bad timing, but Lumbors is 10 damage, 20 damage that it gives once versus 25 damage by the time we get our murder swing. And this 20 damage also means that it swings and does damage. So I think it's this. Right? So we're thinking of on the murder swing, we're only thinking of 5 difference. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 35 total damage there versus Lumbors itself damaging for... Oh, this is only adding 5. Yeah, it's showcase. Okay, it's showcase. Showcase. I'm thinking on the 10-second when center goes off. Yeah, 12 when ring king goes again. Lumbers is adding less damage than showcase is on a bad timing. Yep. Nope. That is correct. Sorry, it took me a little while to get there. All right. You. Oh, wait. Who did I get? I'm sorry. I do not move on before. Last Alistair, I feel like I said hi, but I might not have. Thanks so much for the follow, man. Welsh Eder, I don't feel like I said hi to you when you followed, man. So welcome, buddy. If I did, I don't know. I'm losing my mind. We are so deeply overthinking, trying to build up new instincts here, so that our mid-game play is just sharper. Because my mid-game play is not very sharp. And so that's what we're doing, in case anyone's wondering why this is taking so damn long. Let's go. You. He is at 1 win.
My people boring. My dreams are too big for you to steal.
This will turn out to be the longest game I've ever played, by the way. Let's just be clear. We'll try to go a little faster on game 2. This poor piggy. This poor pig. I mean, thank God it went this way and not the other way around, right? Right? This guy's like popping off with regen most people can't get through. He's got cleanse. He's got heals for days. This guy's like, if I could just get to 12 seconds, clearly I win the fight. Just saying, this conversation to make the board is enough for other streamers to do 2 days. Yep, Samson. And everyone is available to go watch those guys. That's the cool thing, is that they exist. I don't. Right? This is what we do here. This isn't what I have not been able to find someone else who's doing what I'm doing right now. So that's either a competitive advantage or means that I'm serving a market that like nobody wants, and I'm gonna talk into a void of nothing. Cool. But yeah. But today, more than most days, I am always an overtalker. If you are not happy with the pace of my usual play, this is not the pace of my usual play, and this will not always be the pace of my play. But if you're not happy with the pace of my usual play, it is totally understandable, and I might not be for those people. But today, the whole point of my stream is to be a teaching stream, which means occasionally I have to be a learning stream because I cannot keep teaching. I know that there's a point in my game that is very weak right now. And most other pigs who are struggling, I think, are struggling because that's the weak point in their game too. Because I think we are trying to transition into boards over here by putting together a good board from day 1 to 3. And then hoping that we win from day 3 to 6 as we're getting a transition together, and then we throw that transition on the board, and then we try to fight everybody else, right? On day 6, 7, 8, whatever, when they have been doing a better tempo game this whole time. And so even though our combo pieces are together, and now we have like a powerful board by virtue of the combo, we're behind. We're nowhere near where we are right now in hit points. We're nowhere near we are on resources, right? And then we fell behind so that we can't get a bad matchup is the end of us, right? Whereas now I have so much space for luck. So this is the part of the game when everyone feels like the meta is turned against us and it's very hard to win right now. This is the reason why. And I think we can learn how to be better at this. And then I think we can come out, and I think 10 winning is totally possible right now. Consistently 10 winning is totally possible. I just need to learn how. Pig needs a belt. I know we're getting close, man. Cool. And same Tim, you've been here long enough that I was not taking that as an attack. I know that like you've put up with me long enough to know. I just want to respond to anyone else who was thinking, yeah, Jesus, man, this is lagging. Then I'm sorry, guys. I'm not your cup of tea. I totally understand. All right. What's our choice here? I do like the idea of weapons. We do get power out of shopping. Property play would just be for value. We would have to get rid of shit for it. Throwing knives and spike shield would be fine to get some gold that would translate. All those are options. What are we thinking about? I am thinking, yeah, I don't mind getting rid of these, and value's fine. I can convert to money, but I don't think I'm going to run out of money today, and so I would like to turn the money I have into power now, is what I'm thinking, in order to keep the tempo, because we're like, that's our goal right now, is to just like speed in. I think our board is falling off. I think we are going to need... I don't need to think about it that way. I just like, how do I keep increasing my power? Yeah. Yep. What's JJ's weapon percentage? Merchants, we go to JJ. We go to filters, and we filter by Pygmallien, and then first you look at the Pygmallien. There are 120 items. Let us include, what is today? Today is day 6, which means we're including bronze, silver, and gold, but we are not including diamond or legendary. We are looking at 117.7 items in the total pool. And then our weapons, where's the damn weapon stack? 34. So it is a little better than 1 and 4. It's between 1 and 3 and 1 and 4. I mean, I could just 1.7 divided by 34. Throw an equal sign for that to actually do the math. And I have to write the equation in the correct sequence. Sorry, guys. 29%. 29%. Okay. That is a 29% chance of each of the items being an item that is a weapon. And we get to C3 for free, 2 for 1. Compared to skill, which is good but expensive. Okay, I missed a lot of talking about that. Greetings, Sofa Frog. Could you repeat that about tempo in the mid game? I just caught the end of it as I joined. Sure. Sorry. Yeah. I think what we're doing wrong right now is losing in these days. I'm spending time. I know how to build a day 1 to 3 board. And then the moment that's done, the moment that board is winning, and sometimes it's winning by like day 1 and 2, I'm like, cool, now I need to get my income online. I need to start fetching for items. I need to start looking for my pivot. I need to start holding hedges so that I can like have the best chance of putting this mythical winning board together however many days from now, right? That's the way I've been playing. And it's been not as winning as it should be. And spending some time talking to Walter, who spends a lot more time watching people like Ragnar Regis, who's probably the best pig player in the game, at least that I'm aware of. And then also watching Ragnar a bit. He's not thinking of hedges that way. He's not trying to buy and pick up pieces for this mythical board.
Joined the Goose Mafia.
He's grabbing things that are powerful now, some things that are just generically powerful. This card is powerful. It might be playable soon, right? But also it has synergies with my board. It gives me, it's another piece that gets to go into the puzzle right before the fight so that I can assemble the best board. And then that is kind of the flow of the play the whole way through the game. with some special attention being paid to extra powerful cards that he knows he can pivot towards. But like grabbing a ladle because that's a piece of a burn board because I don't like the board I'm in. And then maybe if I find the cold room, then I can start switching this board over to that board is how I'm currently playing. And I think that's deeply wrong. I think it's like a ladle has no synergy at all with my board, and it does not empower a new thing. A cold room does. A cold room can go a lot of ways, and if I'm not stash constrained and I don't have any power, right, I could think about that. But I wouldn't grab the ladle. I probably wouldn't grab the cold room because it's not like a whole build in itself. It's not Ice Club. I might be consider grabbing because that might suddenly flow like that could change everything and could still be winning, right? But I am instead not thinking about the mythical future. I am like moving through now, making my board more powerful as I go, playing a little bit more like the tempo players of other heroes. We do have to keep in mind like that a lot of our power can come from like out of combat scaling. So we will grab things that we don't play today, but we're doing that, right? We're able to do both at the same time. And me thinking that those have to be mutually exclusive things is incorrect. Like we have not been stacking value on our Pyg's Gym intentionally. And we have a 80 value Pyg's Gym on day 6, right? We have been eking all of the free hit points out of Pyg's Gym intentionally. Yeah. And we've been writing that to victories. People have killed us 2 times over, but they've had to kill us 3 times over to win, and we keep winning, right? We would have lost those fights if we didn't have the giant chunky hit pool that we have from the thing. So that's what we're doing. We're learning how to play this kind of tempo play better, so that we have more consecutive wins, so that if we did find a nice club, had to hard pivot into it, if there was reasons to do that, if our board did fall off despite our best efforts, we just now have pivot time, right? And you know, I've been like grabbing Fat Pig components on days like 2 and 3 that like I'm not going to use this belt, but maybe it'll be part of the pivot kind of shit, right? Which has been costing me stash space that I could have been using to alternate my board and keep doing the incremental improvement thing. Because like Fat Pig is so powerful and he'll run late and it doesn't really matter if I whatever, right? But like if I find Fat Pig in 2 days and I'm not winning anymore and I don't think I'm going to keep winning, we're so much better set up for it now than if I had been holding on to belt from day 4. Like so much better set up for it now. That was not the way to pivot into that board. This is the way to pivot into that board. I have so many more losses available to me than I had before, right? And Fat Pig just kind of requires some losses. I am so much later in the day, so my natural hit points are bigger and more ready to scale. I have been hit point stacking just by virtue of trying to play tempo. You will almost always be hit point stacking better than we were doing because we were spending so many resources trying to grab available lines, right? And so this is what we're learning how to do. This is why I'm sitting on my hands. This is why I'm spending just infinite time in between each play. Because thinking about this, talking it out is how this is going to metabolize. And then by tomorrow or the next day, you'll see me making these plays. These are going to be the choices I'm going to be making more naturally. And then hopefully I can teach us all out of the hole that we are in the current meta, because we've just never had to play tempo. If late Pig is super strong, you can throw these 4 days and you can win on the other end. And I'm incredibly good at that line of play. And when I feel like we're in a bit of a gauntlet, days 9, 10, 11 right now are just like, we're getting sharper and those are getting more powerful for reasons doesn't even matter. I just think that that's my conclusion, is that those are harder. And so we're just more likely to pick up losses there. And that's the time where we're on our like second or last leg, right before we make the pivot. And so we don't make the pivot and we lose. And so I know how to do that and I'm good at that, but like, that's not always, we're not always so blessed that the meta is weak enough that we can just waddle our way into our Fat Pig and then just crush later. And so I need to learn how to play tempo when tempo is what's required by the meta. And then I just need to learn we need to learn how to like fluidly alternate back and forth between those things, just so we just have more power, more ability, more play, whatever. Okay.
Time is money, friend.
All right, where are we at? Mifu has a good chance of showing upgrades, and her skill pool is good. I think JJ then, chance to improve plus 100 hit point average compared to the skill, which is good but expensive. Stacking hit points is naturally synergistic with scaling weapon strategies compared to shield, etc. Cool. That wasn't actually repeating so much as it was. I actually said it differently, and I think I made a couple of better points. That might just be a clip that I cut and throw into a damn video. So it was worth it. All right, I think we're going to JJ. I think we all agree. It's JJ. Cool.
Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
That's a whiff. I think 2 is worth the reroll. Really quickly, I will sit on my hands and think, do I think I'm going to see enough shops before that space constraint costs me power? I think that I am willing to get rid of these 2. I think I'm willing to get rid of these 3 pretty comfortably. I do not, in which case I'm not going to, but like throwing knives could make my board. I don't think Lumbors is ever coming back. It's just inferior in every board state, especially at bronze. I would have to get an upgrade to it, and I would find that upgrade at silver anyway. Spike Shield doesn't have any synergy with our board. So we have 4 slots available, so we could grab it and still have 3 slots for a large if we need to. And we're doing a lot of vendor prioritization. We do need catch space for Boomerang. Okay, those are all my thoughts. Yeah. I think I am most comfortable with Spike Shield being the thing that will have the least value synergy with a future board state that we're likely to move into. I think business card, I might be wrong on this. Let me know.
You have to leave already?
I think business card exists to sell, but I think I still would like to hold it longer than Lumbors because it is providing value. I think throwing knives has a chance to have some place on a board if we need to get rid of longbow for a really good small fast weapon, like we got a gold hull 80 or something like that. Although timing matters, but you know what I mean. Like there's still a chance, there's not a chance. So I think that's my catch. And then I think I'm going to do this right now. We're talking through enough that I'm not scared or confused that I'm going to misplay Boomerang this time. I think it is totally worth the reroll. I don't need to ask chat on that one. We whiffed. ATM is something we can think about. Sure, it's be at BazaarCon. That's true. That is true. I don't hold it for that enough. I keep forgetting about that, and then every time I go to BazaarCon, I'm like, did I have a business card this game that I could have been getting power out of now? So remind me that line. Remind me that line when we decide it's time to sell business card. It might not change it, but it is a thing we need to lock in when we're selling business card, that it does have that effect. Am I willing to do the income now? A loss of 4 gold now to set up my income? I kind of am. This whole type of play is making me value income better. And like this came from a conversation that I had with Walter, with Mr. Coolest, offline, which is one of the things valuing income does. Like the way I was playing before, especially with like, I'm like, Money Tree is so OP. I can make so much more money out of Money Tree than I can these other things. Why would I care about income? And now the answer is because Money Tree is stash space. That is actually a theoretically expensive value stacker, right? We saw Tree, we got rid of Tree for reasons, because we're getting so much value out of the stash space we're having. Every item in there has been swapping into and out of our board and creating space and value. So there is a cost to that monetization, whereas income lets you free re-up every day, right? It's just it allows you to buy and sell down to nothing. This new style of tempo play, where we are just like constantly using every tiny bit of our stash, and where we are, right, trying to pick up, everything's trying to be utilized, means that free money generation, free in terms of space, actually has way, way more value. So playing the way I was playing, income didn't make any sense. And when the way I was playing was winning, I was correct. the way I was playing is no longer winning. Income has way more value than I was giving it credit for yesterday. I think I preached about overvaluing income yesterday. So here we are. So that said, is that the play? Am I willing to spend do I think that 4 gold is going to haunt me today? I'm going to get some more money tomorrow. I will have to sell this in order to get it in the first place. I will have it to sell. So I'm functionally currently sitting on, if I have to sell this to buy it, I'm at 21. And then if I have that to sell, I'm at 25. That's before I consider selling anything that would cost me anything. Yeah, and then I have a monster fight. I don't think I'm going to run out of that value. So I think it's a yes. I'm going to sell Lumbors. I'm going to buy the income. Tempo strategies are much more likely to have close PvP fights. Applying to the limit every resource of gold, space, hit point, etc. is more important than if you miss 2 extra value on your 200 value fixer. Right. Yeah, but that's not fair, right? Like, I was not wrong in the way I was assessing income versus immediate cash with the way I was playing, because I can convert this 4 gold now in the next 3 shops into 10 gold. And then I can convert that 10 gold into 20 gold the next day, 30 gold the next day, right? With all of the lines we have available to us, if I was playing the way I was playing before, I'd still be sitting on a money tree right now. That 4 gold, if we were near empty and I couldn't like buy and sell it, like I would buy and sell it at this amount no matter what. But if I were nearing empty, I wouldn't, because the very next, if I'm able to cycle 1 briefcase, suddenly I made way more money long term than I made off the 1 ATM. And again, that just is compounding in interest, yada, 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 right? Like, I was not wrong when I was playing for I'm building this giant pool. I'm a dragon hoarding all of this money, and then I will trade it for a board, was how I was playing. In that style, I was not incorrect. And so there are times where that is going to be the way we should be playing the video game. Let's not like lose what we learned, because we were good at the video game before. We were able to get like 10 spots a lot when a lot of other people weren't in particular metas. We're just not good at this kind of game, and it's currently matters. And so, like, yeah. So there are times we're learning how to be like water. We're learning how to be fluid. There are times when that argument totally made sense. There are times when it doesn't. And so, like, Dooley players really, really value income is because Dooley players can't turn money into money. So, that, right? Like, yeah. Really tight technical play is more rewarding in a tempo strategy because your PV margins are much slimmer. Yep, totally. Okay, I'm getting rid of Lumbers. I'm buying ATM.
So,
Moving on with my life. Okay. It is take a weapon and get some free coin. Get a small non-weapon as a bit of a non-starter for me. Or Prospero, sell economic items. He can have another Pig's Gem. He can have Cash Cannon as a weapon. He can have Hatchet, I believe. Maybe? No, not Hatchet. Let's see. Why am I dreaming when I could be knowing? Merchants. Yeah, let's. Actually, I gotta go monsters. They still haven't fully fixed that interface. Prospero. Big. Bronze, silver, gold. 40. Weapons. 6. Okay. Okay. All right. Bit of a 1 and 5. He's not just in a good spot in the moment. Ledger Drum B, so much nerfs. His economy and most of the builds negatively. Yeah. Wait, no, Ring King, isn't it an income item? That is a very good point. A very good point. Apparently not. Let's go to is this the Bazaar.db? Yeah, let's go to the Bazaar.db and let's check Prospero. Yeah. Okay. And do we see Ring King? Fuck how Bazaar. Yep, that's problematic. That's worrying, considering almost everyone uses Bazaar. I did a big old skill assessment of Ice Club, which made me kind of start noticing some skills were missing from Bazaar, and then I found DB and started using that sometimes, and that's when I realized like that was actually doing a better job of metascraping. King. Damage, income, tech, weapon. It's got damage and income and weapon on the tag, so I'm not sure why it's not showing up in their filter. That's weird. Okay, anyway, we're going to Prospero, right? Yep.
Hello, my friend.
That gets a little pricey. I mean, it's the same decision we made last time, but we're just running low on money now. But I think I still like it. I get to resell it for 8. Still have things I'm willing to get rid of. I think I still like that play. Not sure I like the business card play. Especially when we get low on money, we might have to sell business card. This ATM is worth more than the last, at least. It is significantly better than the first purchase. That is correct. It is just, we are in a different state than we just were. So let's make sure we always keep that in mind, right? Like, the relative value is also relative to, like, part of the equation for why ATM was good. Let me sit on my hands. Part of the reason why ATM was good was because we knew it wasn't going to prevent us from buying and selling any particular weapons. Now, we're still going to have like 10 or whatever gold out of it when we resell it, right? We're still going to have rewards card, business card. Like we're not going to be shy. We're just it might cut into a little bit of hit point cycling that we will be able to make up for over the next several days from doing it. So I think it's still a good play. So I'm going to do that. That's correct.
I made that same investment once.
Business card.
Evidence, wouldn't you?
This has double value. Wait a second. Do I lose the value I've scaled? I think I lose the value I've scaled. But it gets 4 value every time I go to a merchant now. Is that correct? When I visit a merchant, I'll get 2 value. Yeah, because I'm buying it at the silver cost, but I'm going to get the gold return. When I go to a merchant, I get 2 value. I double that value, so I get 4 value every merchant that I go to. I spend 8. I only need to go to exactly 2 merchants to pay this thing back. And it might double the value of what I already have on the card. So I might just like make my money back right the hell here. I think that's a little cracked, actually. It should keep double our value. Yeah, I think it instantly pays back too. I'm not sure. There's a couple of things, and I can't remember exactly what they were, that like overwrote when I upgraded. A while ago, Piggy Bank used to do that, but they fixed that bug. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the other thing. That's the other thing. Yeah.
When I'm rich,
Okay.
I'll
So
hear
I have to sell to do it. I think I'm comfortable selling ATM to do it. I'm leaving the debate on the line since these are actually possibly playable cards. Like this is going on my board right now when Boomerang moves out. Throwing Knives can play on my board. Snowmobile is still a hedge until the end of the day for Drum. That's all non-negotiable. My two lines are selling a rewards card or selling ATM. You could theoretically hold ATM so we could get the gold for the whatever value, but I think that is a losing play. I do not think you ever buy a golden ATM. It takes you way too long to earn that money back. So I bought this knowing it was going in the trash, so I'm comfortable with this one. If you don't know how it works and 100% buy it, yeah, that's true too. You're predicting it's worth 18 gold. I'm spending 8 gold. I already had 3. I now have 18. Jesus Christ, that play. That is so shiny. Oh, I love that he has golden items now. It is so fun. Golden is the most fun enchant. It is different on almost everything. It makes things just so much functionally different. That was cool. 11. So we just made 7 gold if we throw it away right now, and now we get to double our rewards card return value. We say nothing of the fact of the card text. So piggy bank, you lose money. The only reason you ever do piggy bank is because you have something to stack value on your piggy bank, and then you make money back eventually. A silver piggy bank makes its money back somewhere around 6 coins, I think, on its own if you never add value. But if you have rewards card and we didn't have this operation happening, we could say, hey, we have a little bit of stash space. In 2 vendors, it would pay us a little bit of money. It's a line you could do, but it's a line that kind of chokes in play. So just be aware of like what it requires of you to get value out of. It's a good item. I use it all the fucking time, but I am getting way more value out of catching up my golden business cards. I don't even have to ask about that line. I'm not going to spend 4 on a reroll here. We are way too poor, and that 4 can go directly into a weapon later. So that's not a line I have to ask. There's a little bit of chat I'll read before I go. Yeah, the golden enchant is just so much fun, right? Found my first golden abacus yesterday, right after I mentioned how bugged it was on stream. That's not a coincidence. The very first time I heard somebody else say that golden abacus was bugged, the next day I saw it, and then I've seen it quite a bit since. I think just like having my eyes out for golden at Prospero was not a thing I was doing well enough, and then now I've seen it several times. So we can take anybody. That is no longer a concern. Maybe it might be a concern if this was a burn fight. So Lone Shark likely to get a weapon. Dire Mosquito likely to get cooldown reduction. Foreman likely to get a large weapon worth more money. He does have the income as damage scale, and we are scaling our income pretty good, so I actually like that line a lot. He also has claws, which we don't need more damage scaling. We need more vehicles for damage, so it's not like I would run that. But I'm thinking Lone Shark for the flat damage, which would be nice, versus Foreman for a little bit of gold that we can convert into slower damage that comes right at Pig's Gym. Those are the 2 lines. What are we thinking? Picked up or Bub 2. I had a gold one sit at 300 plus gold spent, and it still didn't upgrade. Leave and come back in. That's often a visual bug. Leave the game, come back in. See if the number changes. I've never actually had it hard stop, but I have seen it look like it stopped, and then I was able to recycle it. Yeah, it double upgraded, but it's not showing you the new upgrade, and therefore the value. Yep, I agree with you, Walter. That was where I was leaning.
paying it back is tomorrow. Right?
Yeah, the extra gold from the large items, you know, it's still a chance not to get them. Yeah, I guess they're both weapons too, though. Yeah. We also have the free income play. Shark Claws. Sweet. All right, Mountain Pass versus Isla. This, my boys, is a choice. We are not filthy goddamn rich, but we would like so many weapons. Atlatl would be amazing. Yo-Yo would be really good. Lots of things. But we are sitting on 6 HP. We are not near getting our enchant on day 8 right now, which will be a moment where we will start falling pretty far behind on power. So that is worth considering. It's not a guaranteed fight, though. It's a 50% chance fight versus some real guaranteed scaling. I'm probably... I don't know what camp I'm in. Time to improve the board. Look, man. Yeah, if this were a hard monster fight, you'd change your mind, right, Walter? That's how I'm feeling. If this were the, like, get a random monster encounter instead of a 50-50, I think I might go for it. But the 50-50 versus Isla feels like such an Isla play to me. Yeah, okay. We're fucking playing Sunder. Look, man! Don't hate on Sunder. Oh shit! Boys. Is there any reason to hold that? No. There's a reason not to, because the level up right before. Actually, it's the exact timing too. Okay, Flail. Flail's worse timing than Bow, though. Alright, what do I get rid of for Flail, or do I go Flail? That is the next question. Which option that hour I cry for missing the other option? I know. Should have been scaled by rewards card and sell it the next day. What are we talking about? Should we have scaled what? This is doubling the value we get out of our rewards card. So we're this. I don't care if we have to get rid of it in a couple of days. It's just so much, like, it's okay that we're not going to hold income forever anymore. That's not the thing we're doing. We're not trying to be a dragon. I'm going to get the most maximal value I can and then leverage it at the moment it's going to give me the most maximal power so that I can keep moving from here to there in the most linear, steep curve that I can. Okay? We're not going to, like, take some chunk out of our power so that we hope to get a big spike out of the value later. Like, that's the other kind of play. We're working on this kind of play. The XP vial? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get the double value out of business card, hands down. Shark Claws. So this is my current board. This usually helps me think. I really like the timing on Bow, since I get the 3 swings after. Then on the, if I don't kill them with that sequence, actually, like, Showcase, it plays over Showcase, right? Are we just going into gym? At this point, Shark Claws plays over Showcase. That's just subjectively correct. That's not a question. The 5 flat. But to have another vehicle for Jim's damage that swings at 10. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Okay. Everybody said Shark Claws better than Case. You guys beat me to it. I just read the chat late. Okay. Now Flail. Do we want to hold Flail versus holding Case? Do we want to hold Flail versus the one more day we have on the snowmobile hedge? Yep. We want to hold Flail over throwing knives. What goes in the garbage so that we could do Flail if we want Flail? Or do we like all of these options better than we like Flail as a possible future? I feel like at this moment, we are no longer a Showcase board, and we probably shall never return. But I'd like to hear thoughts. Why have throwing knives? For reasons. Because we have not yet had... This is the new distilled answer to the play line. Because we have not yet had a compelling reason to get rid of it. Because every time we had something that we could put on our board, we had a less compelling option to hold on to that we got rid of in its stead. So the short answer is we just have not had a compelling reason to get rid of it. We never get rid of something without a compelling reason anymore. And so the question is it compelling to be holding flail as a hedge or a board play versus throwing knives? To me, it is. But throwing knives is a small that can slot into other board states. And so it has just from that its own value from being able to plug holes. And that's why it's kind of been winning over some other things up to this point. The question is flail a thing I'm going to want to run? Normally I would run flail over longbow on a whatever, but with Jim currently at 8.5 seconds, it's longbow. That said, if I get Jim to diamond, it's probably immediately flail. So I kind of want to hold flail for that moment. Okay. What am I getting rid of? Is it showcase or throwing knives? I'm sorry, I gotta go run to the restroom right now. I'd love to hear thoughts. I'm probably leaning to get rid of showcase so I don't have to ask the question again. Like, get rid of the thing that gives me more capacity to keep hedging, because showcase is never going to go on my board and throwing knives can. I don't need to ask. I'm sorry. Never mind. We're going to look at the next board because we might have to ask, and then I can look at it and run to the restroom. We don't. So we will... Did I miss some cycling there? Oh, shit. I moved, didn't I? I moved. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go to the... I was anxious to go to the bathroom. It made me hurry to the next board so that I could do that. This is the whole sitting on my hands thing. Let's talk through the next line. We're going to buy this and cycle, so let's talk through if we buy this to do a re-roll, if we buy this just to cycle, what we do with golf clubs, etc., etc. I'll be right back. That was really instructive as to when and why I misplay, by the way. I'm actually kind of happy for that one. I'm not sure it's y'all's particular misplay reason. But when a decision can get me to the next thing I want to think about or the next thing I want to do is usually when I misplay. I want to move on with the conversation so I can start talking about the next thing. I want to see what the person is that I'm going to fight. I want to see if there's something on the next board. I really want to go to the bathroom. And I want to keep engaging, having chat, be involved in every decision in this game. And so I can move on and have you involved in the next decision, and I can whatever. That's when I misplay. I like want to get to something. And so this doesn't get the time it needs because that. So that's really instructive and helpful as an example for like the mental state that suddenly is going to lose me lots of power cascading over time if I don't catch it right away.
Choosing your mate. Don't rush it.
Cycle the obsidian. 4 gold, 50 hit points. Okay. Am I getting rid of both of these for the space for it? That would be my answer. Yeah, I was pretty sure I was cycling the obsidian. Yeah. Okay.
Go make some more stories.
And then there's...
Back and tell me.
You got to also figure out how to solve the problem, and the problem isn't to just not misplay. Okay? We're dealing with mental here, right? This is something I've been working on in every other facet of my life. I'm about to leave this shop. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Not getting impatient or not getting excited, which makes me impatient, is not the option. It's just the, like, that's basically saying don't have the brain you have. Don't be the person you are, right? So don't try to fix your misplays by just being mad at yourself for them or by just thinking like, I will just do better or whatever. Like, figure out what are the things that are. So the impatience is coming from this speed of play is feeling a little tight. It's feeling a little hard to like deal with. I want to have some times where I move a little bit faster so that I have some like flow and tempo that would help me. And so now trying to find where I'm spending time that I can make the decision without checking in, that I can just be like, all right, I'm going to move past this and get to a decision I want to talk about. I'm not doing that at all in this game, period, but getting better at figuring out when I'm in that space versus the other space so I can move more fluidly through those states to cool, fun decisions so that my tempo can change is what's likely going to get rid of my impatience and let me sit on my hands better. So I'm locking that into for the next game where we are not going to be this slow, and I am going to misplay a lot more, but I'm locking in that like, oh, I'm going to go to Herma right now. The only thing I'm going to do at Herma because I'm too tight for Money Tree is to grab weapons and run, and I'm not going to spend 4 gold. I go to Herma, I can just grab the weapons there are. If there's no stash space conversation, leave, go to the next decision, then talk about it, right? Like locking in that I can have things where I gain tempo so I stagger the pace, and that's how I allow like especially my mentally spicy brain to stay focused, is to give it some running room before it slows down again. The other things, if you're trying to maximize your play or just like get around things you do that you don't like that you do in life, that you should figure out how to set yourself up for that best case.
Now that's giving up the business.
Okay, next decision. What is getting upgraded? I'm thinking Boomerang personally. Current power would be Pygmallien. I don't think it's totally long for this world. Shark Claws could be. I don't know how they scale. Ring King scales pretty well. Ring King would double its power. I like the Boomerang upgrade too. Cool.
Moving up in the world.
Yeah, we do care about CDR.
Aprilia29 has joined the Goose
Aprilia
Mafia.
29, welcome. Thanks so much, man. By the way, I think I want to update my thing. Shoring up our mid game. Like Pig Study Group, deeply overanalyzing our play.
Moving up in the world.
To shore
J3
up
has
our
joined the
mid game.
Goose Mafia.
Okay. Just give folks who click on the thing a hint of what they're in for. To give myself a little more emotional permission to do it. The other thing that gives me, the biggest thing that gives me the like need and desire to move on is this kind of stupid mental voice I have that like people want more speed and I'm not giving it to them, and I'm like that there's this disconnect between your reality and my reality and whatever. And I don't have any of that like, oh, I need to give the people they want. I don't need to be myself. I need to whatever. I don't have any of that, but I have a perception that we all agree that this is what we're doing here, and you have the perception that this is a stupid thing we should be doing, and I haven't reconciled that I've told you this is what we're doing and you can go. As long as like those two states are held in contrast, it creates an anxiety in me that then creates my personal tempo to speed up. And then I start making misplays. Or then I'm just in a mental space that I'm not thinking as clearly and I'm making misplays. So for me, again, everything you do in life, what are the things that I do that contribute to me being in the state where I'm being the person I don't like being? Like, my brain does what my brain does. I can't shit on myself for that. But I can say my brain does this when, and then I can ask, is there anything I can do to not be in that state of time in that when? And so for me, just little tiny things like just upgrading my chat thing so that like before you clicked on my thing, I said I was deeply overanalyzing shit. We're all on the same page. Now I don't have the worry that like people are coming in and being like, what the fuck is this bullshit? They know what they signed up for. And now I don't have to hold that, and I can sit more comfortably, more slowly. Anyway. They used to buff themselves, now just other weapons. Yeah, they just buff other weapons, but we kind of have a shit board, so they're here because they're here. We're gonna upgrade Boomerang. I think we liked that play.
Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
We are at the last hour. We are out of gold. No, we're not. We have tons of gold. We can get 3 XP here, which is a pretty big boost because we have our business card. It's a very big boost. But it is up against, we're in a board that feels kind of losing. We'll worry about the board second. We'll worry about that choice second. Let's not worry about that now. Let's worry about this choice first, because we might find something that doesn't even invalidate it. This isn't our board yet. Okay, so let's just start there. Don't worry about that. Let's worry about this. Don't agree that we're losing. Okay. Yeah, Goldie is also just a shit place to fish for weapons. Goldie has 118 items, to be clear. So Goldie is like our thinnest pool isolation, save for Lux. Like nobody has a less chance of any one specific type of item than Goldie, other than Lux. I have 3,000 hit point on day 7. Is that good? Is that good? Should I be happy with that? Yeah. This is not likely to do what I want it to do. I can't cycle weapons at his price point either. I'm certainly not going to sell the cycle. I would sell to improve. There's a very low chance of improving 3 XP, right? Yeah. All the reasons. I think there's a lot of reasons. That said, let's consider for a second, borrow. I want us all to take our internal dismissal, our internal disgust, our like, what the fuck are we even doing here? And set it aside for a second. I have been playing this off stream a decent amount. Now, this is the exact wrong time to do it, but I have actually been doing this a decent amount, because if I'm in a point in time where I am completely out of money, and I have multiple vendors to go to or something like that, and that 6 gold's a money tree, right? Fuck, I'll pay 1 income for a money tree every day of the week, right? Like, that 6 gold, I have a money tree, and that 6 gold means I get to pick up and sell a, briefcase, and then I converted that 6 gold, and I have the money tree. I converted that 6 gold into, another 20 gold, right? Like, how much would you value 1 income, right? So this is not the losing play I think we all think it is. And when we are doing the other kind of play where we are using our money to make money, and we're doing the like aggressive shopping to get money to shop, then income doesn't matter as much. And then this can be, especially if we just hit bottom, this can be a big boost. So always consider this. I think in the tempo play, we're doing the exact opposite, which is we want to keep spending all of our resources for power as kind of constantly as we want to, in which case replenishing resources have a lot more value for us right now in this style of play than they do in the other style of play, in which case this is not appropriate. But I just wanted to talk that through because I don't think I've ever clicked this on screen before. And part of that is just I don't want to have the goddamn debate because I know how much everybody values income. But in that line of play, there are lines of play in which this is actually super useful. And so just keep that in mind in case you think you might find yourself in one. We don't. Okay. Diamond tier item could be an amazing way out of our board, which we don't need a way out of. 3 small items, probably going to be a small weapon in there that would actually be runnable, versus the 3 XP. we at least get to check one as the no list. Taking those items will be hit points if they are weapons. Same here, but it's obviously just one. A decent amount of gold. Okay. I'm gonna sit on my hands for a second. I obviously know which one I want. I obviously know which one you want. Like, we get the last chance enchant guy, and I just click on it, right? I just go, we're doing the enchant. But now, like, there's a... If my whole board right now could upgrade to gold... Not this board. But let's say I was in this board and I had, like, an Atlatl and I had a yo-yo and they were at bronze, right? Like, everything here is at bronze and silver. If, like, all that could upgrade to gold versus one enchant... And let's say it was after day 10, so I already had an enchant where it most belonged or whatever, right? Like, there are times where I should make that choice, but I don't, because I don't do this. And I don't stop the part of my brain that doesn't ask the question and thinks through it and clicks on the obvious thing, right? So that's what we're doing today. We are rewiring this neural net of mine that has gotten too many habits. We're going to make sure we agree with those habits. We're going to try to identify when those habits are correct. Built the XP maxer. Only need one more bonus to jump the curve. That is, yep. That is correct in what I already have my eye on. It puts us very, very close to being able to get the day 8 enchant, which is very important. Anyone ever get a medium or large diamond item from Bazaar Con? Yes, I have. Yes, I've had several runs where I'm in boards that, like, I've had several runs where I just fuck around with the diamond item to fuck around with the diamond item is the real answer to the question. And I got a diamond tree long back before the rework when tree was shit. So, I've done that upgrade to a gold a couple of times. I haven't yet, and I know that it's good. I just keep forgetting it's there because I have so much muscle memory. Now, I have occasionally gone to the other one and been like, all of my items are enchanted. Like, I'm on day 13, all my items are enchanted, and I like my enchants. Fuck the enchant guy. I'm gonna go, like, and get the extra XP because it gets me to this point and gets me an upgrade, which is more valuable. Like, I've done that one. But this option was so shit I never even thought about it, right? I just, like, and so I just stopped thinking about it, and they changed it, and I'm still in the muscle memory of, like, oh, I don't have to think about that one. Okay, I'm going card. All right, now we build our board. We have not done so yet. Now we build our board. Do we like Shark Claws gets one swing after Jim? So it gets one swing with an extra 100 damage. The timing is super important right now. That's going to be a little changing of what is good versus isn't good. Flail has to wait. She's just like 4.5 seconds until it gets any Jim value. So Flail is just swinging for whatever, right? One of our best items speed-wise, one of our worst items timing-wise. Ranking has to wait quite a while. Fang is perfectly on curve. Sender is only 1 second behind. Pygmallien is perfectly on curve. You all get the damage. No Mobile is under. And it was shit anyway, but I just want to think. Bike Shield is on curve. If you wanted... if you wanted to swing, like if you didn't care about that damage, like let's say it was Boomerang versus Spike Shields, you know, you would get 1 second of all your upfront damage faster. It would be something we could consider right now. I am currently in favor of my current board state. Gonna read chat real quick, and then we're gonna go into the fight. Yeah, it doesn't overtake until 21 seconds. It overtakes Shark Claws at 14, doesn't it? Shark Claw, no, because Shark Claw swings once, twice with the damage. And then when you add the math of it, adding the, no, yep, that's correct. How close Spike Shield is in damage due to the enchant? Actually, that's, I didn't even think of that. Spike Shield gets 200 damage at 9 seconds, by the way. Spike Shield gets 200 damage and it swings right after Jim. Now, shit's gonna get slowed, so relying almost entirely on the sinking, it might be a little dangerous. Because we are facing Vanessa, so let's also like not completely gimp our board around a synergy we can't control. But this is 200 damage at that point in time versus 100 damage at that point in time when it swings, right? Actually, we're thinking about because it doubles the damage. Anybody got feelings on if Spike Shield should replace Shark Claws? Shark Claws will give us, no, because Shark Claws is swinging for 40, and then we can just math it out. I hate doing this because it takes so long, but fuck it. It swings for 40. This one hits 60. This one hits 2 times. We already got our 100 back, right? We already got our 100 back from the value Shark Claws put onto the swing. So it does not beat Shark Claws, but it trounces Boomerang. Like, just trounces Boomerang. And I would not have thought that. And I'd forgotten about the enchant. Again, I went through the whole calculus, forgot about the enchant, missed that on the board state, right? Like, the slowing down is important. I'm not paying attention to all the things. There's so much extra tiny bits of power we could be getting if we get better at making these analyses quicker at the speed we like to play. I think Shark Claw is better too, just because it's got vehicles for 20 damage, but it was totally worth thinking about because this is 100 flat from Jim at the 9-second more. It gives us that 100 is the only reason it's right. It already gives us that 100 on its ability. Otherwise, it would be worse. Okay, I'm going to Vanessa. Let's go.
I should warn you. I'm not like others.
Part of the reason I'm willing to like move fast and make those mistakes and whatnot is like you're going to misplay. It's okay to misplay. It's 100% okay. We're only 1,000 hit points ahead, and she has a significantly better board. We lose here, I think. Maybe. We have Jim. Can we survive until Jim does its thing? No, I think we lose. Very close.
Land legs make you predictable.
Oh.
You move in straight lines.
Y'all. So, left-handed on Shiny Fang. Not doing anything. At least 7 items. They're cooldown, so going a little bit faster. And she has only been... She's been playing the same minigame we've been playing. So she was only 1,000 hit points behind us, where everyone else is much, much further behind us. So she's doing tempo very, very well. Weapons at 5% crit chance. Flagship is getting double the impact out of the 30. So Flagship is getting 60 from Shark Claws and then swinging it 3 times. This pairing is cracked. Correct. There is the crit chance on everything. Obviously, the grenade's pretty good. Calico. Yeah, we should be like at least double our opponent's HP if they have not been doing any HP stacking. But this is why you eat your chocolate bars, bro, when you're doing when you're doing this play. So cool. We understand what happened. Our board state is fairly weak. This is a very strong race board, and she has eaten her Wheaties. Yeah, the Obsidian, this combo is nuts. 700 damage. Look at the fucking Fang, what the Fang's doing, right? We have nothing even close to comparable here in terms of, like, every one of her damage vehicles is so much more damage than ours, even though a lot of ours hit after Jim. We were still close, though, because she still had to, kill 1.5 of herself. But Cool. That's the other thing I just need to get good at is evaluating fights. Part of why I don't know tempo play that well is because I'm not like, I have not made the observations of why she kicked my face in on run X versus run Y, right? Okay, so we talked about Prospero's percentages. He's got about 40 items. 7 or 8 of them are weapons. We're not sure because Bazaar kind of sucks. I could do that again, but you know, it's somewhere around between 1 and 4 and 1 and 5. It's probably closer to 1 and 5, which means we are likely to see a weapon for cycling versus putting flat damage on our Fang at 5 flat damage. I don't think we would do 10 at the cost of weapon cycling. I think weapon cycling and having an option for a gym upgrade and other stuff is objectively correct. I would not even consider could be 4 gold here from medkit, which is not absolutely nothing, but we are not low on gold. Yeah, those are the choices. I'm at 90 and she's at 95. Yep. And that's gonna happen. All right, I'm gonna go to Prospero here. I feel kind of okay making this choice. If it's a misplay, I will be surprised and delighted. Do we start flat stacking in our Obsidian Spike Shield? Is that the line?
Mr. Pygmallien.
Okay.
A man who understands business.
I think in this, I love me some Signet Ring. I think in this particular case, it's a little idiotic, considering if that gold ever prevents me from buying a single weapon, I would have had to hold it for like an entire day. You get the hit. Can I though? I do have lots of space. Actually, Snowmobile is now useless. This is useless. Probably am not going to run out of money anytime soon. Am I grabbing Signet Ring? Because I just like, that's 10 more hit points I can slowly work on because I don't really care. I've got a lot of stuff that I'm flexible on. Yeah, I do have a huge stash. This is all considered kind of, this I need to keep. This is part of my hedge. Let's do it in this direction then. I have this as empty stash. I then only have 3 items. It doesn't feel huge. I have 1 more hedge and it's tight. Yeah, 1 day is the same as buying and selling 1 weapon, but I don't think I'm going to keep it a day, actually. I bet you I won't keep it today. I'm going to make that play. I'm going to get rid of Snowmobile. No. I could get like a golden drum and still be interested in it. I can't. I'm not going to re-roll a bronze, even obsidian bronze. I'm going to get rid of Spiky Shield. I'm going to sit on my hands. I think it is obviously getting rid of Spiky Shield here, but I could theoretically, at a shop, get another Spike Shield, upgrade it, reroll at Mandala. I could just reroll at Mandala now, hit something well, and go for the upgrade later. Snowmobile literally only plays on the drum board. Drum does not go as far as Gym does if we manage to get Gym upgraded and its cooldown reduced. And it has been scaled fairly well so far. So it only goes with the board I'm not terribly in love with. Those are my thoughts. I think I'm going to get rid of Obsidian. Welcome.
The _crack has joined the TheGooseFathr.
Crack. Thanks so much, man. Welcome in from the lurk, buddy. Like you only need to keep it 1 shot. I'm buying it. That's not the discussion we're doing, my friend. We are doing the yes, sorry. I agree with you. I'm buying it. We're doing the Spike Shield or Snowmobile choice now. That's the choice we're on. Which one goes in the garbage choice? And I'm about to impulse that shit because I'm tired of sitting on this choice. Yeah. Okay.
I bid you
Okay.
farewell.
Do I spend 4 gold reroll for a 3 item look? I think I do just for the chance at Pig's Gym upgrade. I think that is so powerful. I am willing to spend 4 gold to look for that. That is like a pretty massive upgrade. He's one of the people with the thinnest pools for it. He only has 40 items. We already saw 3. He only has 37 items. I think a couple of those items are only available at Diamond. Skyscraper. And maybe one more. It's not a high chance, but it's strong enough. And then there are weapons he could have. Oh, gauntlets and briefcase. Absolutely. Gauntlets and briefcase. Okay, I've talked myself into that.
Triple36 has joined the Goose Mafia.
Also, we didn't discuss Hatchet. He does have Hatchet. I forgot he has Hatchet. Hatchet is a great cycling item. It's free. Triple 36, welcome, man. Welcome so much. As you are probably aware from the title, we are going obscenely slow today so that we can kind of rewire our brain around our choices. Stop, like, just make sure that I agree with all the decision trees that I have locked in up to this point. We have already just played this game astronomically better than we normally would have. And so, yep. And I've already learned half a dozen lessons. So that's what we're doing today. I am going to get rid of Snowmobile for the space so that I can free cycle that Hatchet. I will sit on my hands for a few seconds to give anybody a reason why that's a terrible idea. And then where does the Hatchet, where does the truffle value go onto? Do we hold Hatchet for the chance that we find some very good Jabalion replacement? Pyg's Gym suddenly gets upgraded to Diamond. This timing of Longbow doesn't make sense, and Flail comes in. 6 seconds is suddenly sexy, because maybe Pyg's Gem is under 6. I don't think any of those things are true, but I'm just saying them out loud as the type of lines to consider before you make the decision that it's obviously shit on your board, right? Because it would just be like, well, it's shit on my board. I'm just going to grab it. I'm going to throw the truffle on it. I'm going to throw it away. Let's just ask. Let's do shit like pull up Gym again. And let's see that it naturally gets down to 7 seconds. So it's going to be at 6.5 because we have it down 0.5 so far from its natural curve. Okay. So it's still over that threshold. If we had one more feather before we drop it at the gold, it will suddenly mean that 6 seconds is right at the swing time of Pyg's Gym. So it's 100 flat damage that we get right on curve versus like the 5 seconds that has to wait forever. So it might be better than that. All things to think about. So if we decided we were going to hold it, then where do we put our truffle, etc.? Those are the things. I'm throwing Snowmobile in the trash. I got no problems with that. And grabbing this. Before I grab that, do we want to cycle an ATM first? Do we want to cycle a golden shipment? I would have to sell for a golden shipment. Hold on. Wouldn't put Jim on under 6 after upgrade. I would put Jim under 6 after. Yeah. I still think just sell the Hatchet. It's too conditional. Hold on. ATM golden shipment. I want to ask this question before I chuck up some stash space with my cycle. Yeah, I agree with you that this is just cycling. This is just cycling, which maybe just means I do it because I could get one decision off the board, but like that we are going to do. Cool, we're going to do that. Do I want to think about golden shipment? Do I want to get rid of rewards card? Do I want to get rid of business card in order to do golden shipment? There are the golden abaci of the world that suddenly means we have infinite money, right? If we got a golden abacus, game's over. Money ain't a thing. We are infinitely rich. I can literally buy and sell every item in the game, and lots of them will pay me for it. ATM, yes. Golden shipment, no. The smalls just won't have the golden enchants in all likelihood. Now, the abacus play is bullshit and stupid because can I get abacus at silver even? I don't think I can. Abacus is at gold. Yep, it's just extra expensive small items that don't get much value out of being shiny unless they happen to be a business card or a rewards card. tiny bit on Signet, it won't pay itself back. We kind of have all the items already. Not that we couldn't get duplicates, but yeah. Okay, cool. If this was gold, the shiny abacuses of the world kind of beg for some attention. All right, we're going to cycle Hatchet
This will do
first.
well for you, I promise.
Actually, probably should have thought about the order of operations. Because if I cycled ATM, I mean, if I'm buying ATM at silver, I might buy the next ATM at silver. Yeah, I should have thought of that before I decided my order of operations. I can still do both. I don't actually have to get rid of it the second. We have nothing that is generating anything until the monster fight with Boomerang, so we will worry about that when we get there. Okay, we are the docks for something free. We're shield, we are middle. I think this is an obvious let's go middle, because I hate our fucking board, and, you know, Caltrops and Lottle and other shit exists. There's the yo-yo. There's the free weapon. There's the concept that we're poor, but we're not really poor, so let's not hold ourselves to that idea. We are actually filthy goddamn rich right now. There is some opportunity cost to being filthy rich, but we are filthy rich. Because of the resale value, it would be 1.4 instead of 1.2 what you paid. Yeah, Abacus is only gold. Okay. So I'm going to do what I knew we were going to do, but it was worth
Nothing huge.
thinking.
All about moderation.
We get no value from cycling safe. We theoretically could spend off money or rewards card one of these so that and then create space from these two to cycle chocolate bars. We could just create space from these two to cycle chocolate bars. We could buy one weapon at the exact same hit point value gain and also scale our Pig's Gym. So I think this is a terrible losing play. And then Waits does nothing and is too expensive for no good reason. So I am thinking I'm just going to reroll here. I do want to do the reroll. I'm still interested in the weapons. I still think I have enough fungible cash to look at them. Gonna sit on my hands for 5 seconds. Give someone a chance to flee for the poor Pinata's life. Actually, according to the sound effect, the Pinata gets to live if we don't buy it, but it dies if we do. And time's up. We're gonna go reroll. Okay. Vending machine is pretty expensive in terms of stash space. If we were on this side of the day, I would consider it quite a bit more. Cargo shorts. We have a weapon in stash. It functions as a weapon. When we buy it, it will give us the Pig's Gym scaling value. You just need to meet the conditions in which it would get the tag in order for it to be the thing as you buy it. So having a weapons in stash as we buy it means I'm buying a weapon. We are cycling for 8, so I'm guaranteed going to cycle that. Ganjo's just dog shit. We got rid of Showcase. We're not replacing it with Ganjo. So there's no decisions I have to think hard about here. I suppose I have to think hard about, I don't, but would any of these go in place of ATM to get it? I think the answer is no. These are all still active hedges. The value of holding ATM is that if I get another ATM, I get to get the free 3 out of it, but I don't think that's worth not taking this play. I'm going to sell ATM. I'm going to sell Hatchet. I'm going to have enough to cycle cargo shorts. That's my plan. I'm going to read chat before I do it. Morning, Prager. Cycling shorts. Like Lance Armstrong. All the years of balls. Nice. What we're doing today, Prager, is a far departure from our usual play. We are hard overthinking every line so I can rewire my brain around like how we play Tempo Pig and how we just make every little bit of value out of each thing. And then just reevaluating all the decisions that I used to snap call just to make sure that we like my old snap call decisions. We've already changed our mind on several things that I used to hold as dogma. So this has been really, really valuable. It is slow and painful for some, so I am warning everyone who came in that is the play today. It's not a normal, but I'm actually really loving this. So if you guys want to skip today and come back another day, cool. But we're not going to stop doing this right now, at least. This is the longest game in the history of games that I've done. I'm probably going to throw this video up as the longest game in the history of games I've done. It will be excruciating to watch. It's fantastic. Okay. That said, I explained the play. Nobody told me why it's terrible. I am going to start making some decisions a tiny bit faster when I feel like there's not too much to think about, but I will keep trying to sit on my hands in between each play, give chat a chance to pop off with thoughts, contrary positions, etc. So cool. We bought shorts to cycle. We don't have to sell it now. We don't sell anything until we have a compelling reason. We're going to leave middle because I already talked about why I didn't think either of those were a good play. And then we have three choices. I think that this is, we all would normally snap call Ryakon. So yeah, let's just think through them. Pop off in the chat if you have any, even if you don't think it's the winning play right now. I don't think that you only get to weigh in on the winning play. Let's be clear. You get to weigh in just to say, oh, here's a consideration, because that's what we're doing. Like making sure that we're like thinking through all the things. So, he has a much larger pool, and that is obviously a detriment to him. But everything is at gold, and we're on day 7, where the average is silver. So the power of his things, should we hit the same thing that we would hit at either of these, is guaranteed to be more powerful, but it is less likely. Does locking in our stuff as a weapon skill outweigh the fact that the skill that we got, if it were a weapon skill, would be guaranteed at gold? So guaranteeing weapon skills versus guaranteeing gold is the question between these two. I am definitely on the side of Ryakon here, but just throwing that out as an option. And then, I could be wrong, so sound off if I'm wrong. And then Fortis is looking for something like Defense Grid, where we, who have been very, very good chunky boys, would get 50% more of our chunky boy chunkiness as a defensive layer, which is actually kind of fire. But we currently do a hot lot of nothing until gym swings, and maybe that's just what we are, but it is worth thinking about. That lets us stall until then. So is our damage just, as I'm saying this, I'm starting to look at, Supportus is starting to look a little sexier. Now, let's be fair. He's an ogre with a beard. He looks like me. He was sexy already, but he's starting to look a little sexier. Defense Grid is would be wild at our current hit point pool, and would let us stall for gym, right? We would have 3 seconds. We'd pop an additional 50% hit points that I have to get. Now, it's still a low chance, and we can think about what that chance is. Reserve shield, but we don't have a large. Oh yeah, we do have a large. We do, but reserve shield pop. Yeah, reserve shield too. Okay. Yeah, it's not only weapon skills we want, Valde. Just to be clear, like, that's the way I'm thinking too, but that's not always true, right? And the one that I always think of is like, ooh, housewarming gifts and Chuckaholic, right? I'm always like, we get ourselves, housewarming gifts in its own right is pretty powerful if you're buying and selling ATMs as often as we're buying and selling ATMs in this game. It's just a lot of leveraged money, but you get yourself a loop and suddenly it changes the way the game plays, both of those skills, right? So those in their own right. And then Defense Grid, the, what's it called? That Walter just said, Reserve Shield, are percentages of our hit points that the other racers have to get through, right? And so those are both really, really, really good, strong skills versus flat weapon skills, which, to be honest with you, flat damage is not very sexy right now, considering how much flat damage we get. Crit chance is deeply outweighing our flat damage pretty soon, just because the relative value of it on our total output damage. But he does have more weapon crit skills. Cool. All those are considerations. So why isn't Ortis good? Because the pool is so big, right? Yeah, let's do what I was just thinking I wanted to do. Okay, so let's go to Bazaar DB, which has the better, more. This is more accurate, especially in terms of the skills, because the other one doesn't even have skills. And let's pull up Ryakon. And Ryakan has 31 skills. Okay. Arms dealer will still get more use out of Deadeye. Hit, 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 hit. Right. Hit. Some of these suck. Those aren't all ours. Sorry. We should pick first. 24 skills. With conditional, kind of with maybe more than likely. So, you know, Radacon's whiffing. He only has 24 skills. We get to see 6 of them if we sell shit. And he's only whiffing complete dog shit whiffing, you know, a third of the time, right? So why not Ortis, you say? Or not Ortis, you said, why not Orlin? And we go to Pyg. And the answer is 93 skills, and I won't go all the way down, but whiff, 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 whiff. Yeah, whiff, 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 right? We're starting to get the theme here. That would be the why not. It's just like much more. Now, the thing I wanted to check out that I was very curious about is good boy Fortis, because his pool is 18, and we are swinging for 1, 2, 3. 3. We're swinging for 3 out of 18, but they are a very strong 3, but we only get the C6. So we're really a 1 in 3 chance. All right, 2/3 of the time, we have a bad day going to Ortis. We're likely going to get some incremental power off of Raycon. Yeah, that was all of my thinking. I'm going to read your thinking, and we're going to make ourselves a choice. Yep. Yeah, your podcast was great, man. I did love Progress Podcasts. Us podcast alums run deep together, man. We are part of a fraternity now. Except for Vampire Dooley. He's a bastard. We don't include him. My mortal nemesis. Yeah, he has a very high number of whiffs. He is safest. But you can already have Deadeye. Silver Saracon has how many other crit skills? Because the Deadly Eye upgrade from silver to gold is only 5%. Cool, we'll ask that question. Silent Observer Goose due to the normal time of streaming. I am the time champion, man. I do pick a time that not nobody else. There's some good people online. But I pick a weak time slot for a reason. That is my play. He's not gonna show the bottom 4. They start diamond, right? Yeah, you're right. I'm heading out soon. Awesome, man. Have fun, buddy. Anyone else seeing a ton of silk pigs? Yep. There was a post on the Reddit on how to silk pig that had a lot of bad takes, but it was a very thorough explainer on how to play it. It had a list of econ items that are good for it and a list of hedges that were good for it, and pawn shop showed up on neither list, so I have feelings. But it was a helpful explainer, and I'm good. Any information, anyone trying to help us, whatever. But there was a post on the Reddit, and then after that, there were lots of silk pigs. It's also one of the most forcible builds, and it helps you not have to navigate the morass of complexity of the lines, and so it's just like it's a comfort pick, and it's not bad in this meta. So there's a lot of reasons why. Thanks, man. Morning, B-Train. I still like the gold skills because Raycon it hits. It won't much matter. Only 3 of the shield skills is important out of the smaller pool. There's probably as many hit misses if we take on average, so gold skills would be more value just to it being gold. I don't know that I agree with that. I know that I agree with that. I think we're 1 and 3 here to hit something that is, each one of those is significantly more powerful than like 80% of Orland's gold shit at gold. Like getting 50% of my health pool is something getting 10% of my health pool is something someone has to go through right now. Since we are like tempo racing, is just like, it's pretty cracked. It's pretty hard to not beat that. Walter, do you have a feeling between, you kind of weighed in a little bit against, I didn't know if that was just speculation or if that was a decision on Ryakon. We're going to look at his crit ones. Yeah, because the flat damage I'm kind of not valuing super high right now. I don't think it's actually that strong. Most of the flat I would take the 1 and 3 over. So Deadly Eye is what kind of upgrade? And we're likely to have that. So what's the upgrade on Deadly Eye? What's the upgrade on Keen Eye? Are two important questions, because if we have them, we're going to have them at that. Deadly is a 5% crit. It's not massive. Keen is probably a 5% crit. Keen isn't even here. Keen isn't here? Oh, he doesn't have many of the crit skills, which actually is something I've been feeling lately. He doesn't have the non-weapon specific crit skills. He has Deadly because it has the weapons tag, but he doesn't have Keen or left or right because they don't have the weapons tag. So in terms of hits here, it's actually pretty low. I would consider Arms Dealer a mid-range hit. Deadly Eye is 5% crit. Mid. Decent. The Brawler upgrade is pretty strong. Whiff. Honed Arsenal is probably going to get it at silver. Is going to end up being like 8 or something crit chance. Decent, I guess. Probably not, actually, the flat on that. Again, the flat's not doing much for us right now. Whiff. Specialist, whiff. Strong arm. It's flat. It's a decent amount of flat, but it's flat. Poor markets. It allows for plays, but it's a bit of a whiff. Complete whiff. Off the charts, cracked. I get to play differently. Everyone should look out. They're not going to have these. But, oh, these aren't even there. These aren't possible today. Okay. I'm thinking Ortis, actually. That actually convinced me it's Ortis. Big skills are totally honed is the other crit. Yeah. So I'm thinking Ortis. If anyone thinks I'm cracked for that crazy high roll, or Fortis or Orlin, I'm actually like leaning against Radcon all of a sudden, because I mean the flat damage is damage. It is up front. It is gonna get a couple of swings, so maybe I'm undervaluing those. But I don't know. I'm actually not strong on any of these. I'm kind of like feeling the high roll for the shield skills, but that might be overselling them. If anyone thinks I'm deeply misplaying for this high roll, now's your chance. Is high rolling the wrong logic entirely? Should I just be trying to do incremental since I'm ahead? Or do I want to power leap because... Alright, nobody's answering. I think we've lulled everyone into a soft stupor with how much we're over-explaining things. So I think I'm just going to have to make a decision here. Gold skills we're after really basically just all the same skills we just mentioned. But there's also left eye, right eye, keen eye. We can't get keen eye because we already have it. But there's also left eye, right eye. There's also other crit skills that aren't available at Ryokon because they are just generic crit and don't have the weapons crit tag. But I think it's just 3 of them. And we have 1. But then all the other things we're looking at from these 2. And then a much bigger pool of whiffs. So it's not Orlin. It's Fortis or Ryakon. It's incremental versus high roll. I'm gonna go for the high roll.
With a good enough defense, you'll barely even need an
Whiff.
Well, this is
Can't afford. Now, gonna sit on my hands. Okay. Do I sell off my shorts right now and spend 6 gold for the additional chance? I said 1 in 3. It's a 1 in 6 because I kind of was guaranteeing I was going to hit the reroll, but that was a stupid thing to do. It was a 1 in 6. Do I spend 6 gold for the 1 in 6? I'm actually not feeling that play. And had I thought that line, I probably would have gone for Ryakon if I thought I was only going to see 1 board. Yep. This is why we over talk about it, because I wouldn't have caught that. That would have been clarifying for me if I said I'm only going to see 1 board because I probably am not going to spend 6 for a bunch of things that I think are just conditionally powerful. So would I spend 6 right now when I have to then sell my cards or something, right? Then again, maybe I just sell the cards. Maybe I have infinite gold and I stop caring about that and I should be buying power. Maybe I'm overvaluing the money I'm going to get later. That's the choice here. Might as well reroll now. I would roll, I think. I think yes, roll. And also get a way to get money back. Shield Bash isn't too bad either. Your business card is going to transform soon. Yeah, I don't want to get rid of that right now. You get some gold from the monster fight, and Boomerang gives you a bit. Okay. I agree with all that. Okay. Okay. Bruce shielding. When you crit, shield items gain. When you use a weapon, your shield items gain 3 shield. Okay. The question would be, I would need to eventually get a shield enchant or a weapon with a natural shield, which is only 1. So I would need to eventually get a shield enchant for any of these to become useful. The shield enchant on Jim is a whiff because it just applies. So I would need to land a shield enchant on a weapon for any of them to be useful. Otherwise, it's thinning my pool. This is the only one I would consider, in that all of my damage would scale my shield damage. If I did get a shield enchant, my skill pool is pretty strong right now. Everything but this one I would love to upgrade. That's way too high of a cost to then have a chance that I actually completely whiff if I get Shrouded Figure. That's my line of thinking. I think it's definitely I take nothing and I leave the encounter sitting on my hands. Ring does give me a bit too. Yeah, and I get some gold from the fight. We get some gold from reselling the item. I don't like deeply love my hedges either. It's not like I'm not able to get rid of something. Yep. I'm pretty confident in this one. I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm willing to learn that that was a mistake in the chat and grieve it, rather than waiting around on that particular line. Is that correct? Doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure we could take all these monster fights because they're going to have a hard time killing us. Chili Charles is a tiny bit more gold, medium amount more gold, because it has some gold items and some large items. Does not have a particular item that comes into play. Sergeant Suds is a chance at 15 value to go on. Pop off if you already have opinions, please, so that I can start reading them as soon as I finish my rundown. 15 value, which is 15 flat, right? At the time of the second swing. He also has a chance at Rivet Gun, which is suddenly a pivot into other boards, should we need to go there, which we might need to go there. Thug is some weapons that are probably better than the weapons that we have, and bonk. Yeah, good bonk too. It is a pretty easy bonkage for me. I do like the Rivet Gun. I have started fishing for Rivet Gun more, and I have been paid for that choice quite a bit. But I think it's fun.
Don't be a hero. Just hand it over.
He can also rivet Jim with Fang. That's true. That's a line. That's totally true. That's a line. That does turn that into... I think Bonk's still the better...
Okay.
Is Bonk the better high roll? No, then Rivet's the better high roll. I think this is a more consistent. There's probably a couple of things I get from here that are of value. The spices going off right after... Oh, Jim is at 9.5. Oh, because I'm being bonked, yeah. But and his isn't. Yeah, spices going off right after Jim, right, is a little cracked. Strength is good. There's I don't know. Not sure if it was a misplay or not. I will definitely take that skill. Okay, we're at the upgrade, and we need to at some point think about where a crit goes. I think we're gonna hold crit for a little while. I would like, hopefully, to find new pieces of this board, because this board's getting pretty rusty. I'm not considering that as an option. If I want to fish for an item, I do have money to sell. It will upgrade when I go to Barcoon, which is kind of the perfect time to sell it. It's like the last major giant leap. I'm okay selling when I get to him. Would I upgrade Ring King Gauntlets over going to Barcoon? That is the question. Barcoon is fishing for Lottle, Caltrops, weapon cycling, ideally small weapon cycling, like, or medium weapon cycling, like briefcase. Honestly, our fucking hip pool right now, maybe it's like a lion cane to hold as a pivot. It's gym upgrade. Those are the options. I am leaning towards him over the Ring King upgrade just for popping my business card and putting the 4 value that I get on that. And then if I find nothing, I'm kind of fine with that. That's my current line. And then I can always sell Eagle Talisman for the reroll. That's my line. Anyone think it terrible? Barky. This speed of play is starting to wear on me. I got to be honest. I think it was really, really useful. And the worst part is I'm like at the point where I'm starting to actually need to make harder decisions. It is actually really hard to do this for this long. And like I can tell by how much like chat's going back in alert, which you should totally like do other things. This is, you know. But I am going to have to figure out how to maintain some energy because I'm starting to feel the moment where this gets like, oh, this is getting a little hard. Balcony is something I did not consider in my play line of possible options. I will wait 2 seconds before I snap by Balcony. Over my current board, Balcony would be replacing Sharp Claws. Or I think it has to be Sharp Claws because Sharp Claws loses so much value if it doesn't have any catches. So I'm thinking Sharp Claws, but we don't have to make that decision right now. But I think it is definitely better than 2 items that are currently on my board to have double the damage when it goes off. That said, it is not my ideal play. I would like Phono over Balcony. So buying Balcony does come with the opportunity cost that I would lose money. Also, buying Balcony means I have to sell. If I buy Balcony, I either have to sell business card or I can't do the reroll. So that is the evaluation of the opportunity costs of Balcony. And then I think the play is to buy Balcony. This game hit the 2-hour mark. Oh man, so long ago, Whispers. So long ago. If you're just coming in, welcome in. If you've been sitting in the lurk all this time, oh yeah. Yeah, it's this single game is gonna go. What time is it? I can answer that question. Oh my god. This is the first game we started? I don't want to talk about how long this game is. We're at the 3-hour and 40-minute mark. Can someone explain how I got a diamond wing from a gold boomerang? Nope. Unless you already had a gold wing on your thing. Sell card, buy balcony, roll.
Oh, look. It's so
Why not use card to increase the value of your gym? Because, great question. Because until this very moment, money was finite.
on behalf of the Grand
We are
Society of
buying and selling weapons at silver,
Anyway,
which means that we buy them. Let's say all weapons we buy are medium, and of course they aren't. So we get even more value than this. But every weapon we buy has opportunity cost of, not an opportunity, a marginal cost of 4. We buy it at 8, we sell it at 4, it costs 4. Buying in a weapon gives 5 value to Pyg's Gym. Every piece of gold being used on weapon cycling is 4 to 5 ratio. Every piece of gold being dumped directly into gym is a 5 to 5 ratio, right? I don't get as much value out of it. I get more value. So just literally, if Pyg's Gym value is all I cared about, and it's not, I still get more Pyg's Gym value by freeing up, by doing this cycling and converting the value by buying and selling weapons. But then also that money frees me up to lines to be able to buy something like a balcony. Right. And so, and then we're Pyg, so also money is money. Money can buy money. Money can give us money plays. I'm gonna reroll. I don't think this is the time for coin cure. I could theoretically hold coin cure. I would have to run it in 2 fights before it pays itself back. So as an econ line purely, I'm thinking it's a no. I'm emotionally going to do that just because I'd like to think about that better. And I'm going to reroll. I will sit on my hands for a second. Yeah, I'm just going to reroll. I'm going to start. I'd like people to pop off on the misplays I make by doing this for surezies, but I'm going to start rerolling a little harder. I need to start moving. I'm starting to get a little tired, and I do actually have a work day that I will not get to at this current pace. This is going to be a 1-game day. Swear to God. So, I do not want to do shipment. I do not want to... Am I cycling at 16 is my open question. Am I picking up Money Tree is the new econ play at the opportunity cost of my stash? I am pretty rich. That feels a little on the crazy side. I would like you to pop off on any of those questions. The line I'm going to do if I don't hear an answer soon that changes my mind is I'm going to skip everything. I'm deeply debating cycling this at 8 cost. Am I going to spend 8 for 50? Am I going to spend 8 for 5 flat damage across the board and 50 hit points? My current bank, yes, since I still even have the rewards card bank in the future. A decent amount of stuff to sell. So I'm leaning towards cycling snowmobile. I can't do that play for very long though, but I can do it right now. I'm thinking I'm buying that and I'm hitting the run button. You have until I finish reading and answering this question to convince me not to. Like my only explanation would be last shop I bought upgraded my boomerang and bootstraps. Gold went off, but also upgraded my boomerang. I think the fight probably thought I had a diamond. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah. You cycle. I actually need to get some. Oh, fuck. I'm getting so tired. What do I throw away, man? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna come back. Ideas on what I throw away. Oh no. No, Walter, no. Yeah, I actually just made the decision in the bathroom. Yeah, I just made a decision in the bathroom. It's true, but technically it shouldn't able to be diamond. Yeah, okay. Gonna be claws. This was super valuable. This was helpful. I learned a lot. I am past the point that I can process new learning. I'm exhausted. This was so tiring. It was really helpful and it was good. I need to stop. I need to just play the game. I need to make mistakes. I need people to call me out for mistakes, please. We're going to pick up the speed to my normal speed. We're going to see if I can make actionable the sitting on my hands when I feel a moment of rush. but not understanding what the rush entails. So I'm going to start, like, I'm going to stop when I think I need to stop and go when I think I need to go. And I would love if people could call me out when I make misplays by doing it. But I think I've learned as much as I can in one day doing this, and I will just, like, yeah. I think it's done. I think I need to get to my work day. At the current pace, I will not. And I think this has overstayed its welcome. I think it was really cool to do. Also, the point was to figure out how to get through days 4, 5, 6. And so I think I made a lot of progress on that. I will do this again at some point. I will set a day and announce it so people know what they're in for. And we're going to go back to kind of regular play at regular, slightly slower than speed. I will stop when there are good decisions to be made. And that's what we're going to do. Everybody who has chimed in, who has followed along, kept having to look at the screen over and over to be able to chime in while this game is moving this slow. I am so grateful to you guys. This was like a great learning experience for me and really helpful. I think we're going to put it in the bag. We're now just going to run from here to wherever we go at the normal speed and be okay that I'm going to make misplays. Those misplays might not turn this into a 10 winner. The goal wasn't to perfect and guarantee a 10 win. The goal was to get better at this portion of the game. Cool. I've said that. All right. I'm going to start moving. I've seen it happen before in that exact scenario. Okay. I don't need to sell that. I'm not going to sell that. I'm going to move on. Property. Moreland has a chance of gym itself. That is literally it. I would not buy probably the 5% CDR. Would I? What did that give me? Oh, it went from 5% was a whole 0.5 seconds, but the next one's going to be 0.4. I would buy 0.4 seconds at 8. Okay, so there's 2 items I can think of here that I would care about. Chocolate bars. I would actually have to lose some hedges in order to do chocolate bars. I could totally get rid of that. I could totally get rid of that and catch 4. Signet ring. I would not get rid of for a chocolate bar because I just need to wait 1 hour for it to outweigh it. I would spend money on chocolate bars. So that's the hedge. It does mean I have to put my Eagle Talisman on something now, and I don't love the vehicles I have for my Eagle Talisman. I think chocolate bars aren't going to be the difference in the game as much as upgrading gem. I think I'm going to high roll, go for gem.
You've got the land sent on you, friend.
Well, fuck. Okay. Do I want to consider a 28-hour fitness pivot? I think 28-hour is... I think that's going to slow down my game so much is the real reason I'm saying no to it. So I'm just going to hang a lantern on that to see if I want that to be part of my decision. I think we're not even in the fucking gym board in terms of our weapons. That's pretty sad. But that's just a long ass time from now. We have a lot of play left. Ah, fuck, I think it is the play. I hate that. I don't know. I feel like gym's really strong right now. We've actually done a good job gymming. I think we could just play a gym board. Yeah, it's silver. It's too weak. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that too. Okay, pawn, ATM. At the amount of money I have, I want ATM for sure. I kind of want pawn shop. I always want pawn shop though. Talk me out of pawn shop, boys. Snowmobile is gonna go in the trash. I would have to find Golden Drum right now, and then Yo-Yo, and then it's like it's so late to try to put this board together. We've not found the weapons for it anyway. That's the one I think I'm getting rid of. Flail still has a chance to run on my board. Boomerang still has active value. That's going in the trash. Again, I might misplay here. We're gonna be comfortable with that. Call me out, but we're gonna be comfortable that I have misplayed. I have enough to cycle ATM. I have enough days that it's going to pay itself back. That's a decision I'm going to make. I'm debating buying pawn shop as a value catch so that I can cycle, and also so I can set myself up for Fat Pig because we're like 2/3 of the way there. In terms of a backup plan, if we need to get into a different board, because we have been hit point cycling so much. So I just like this as a value catch. I always like it, and I do overvalue it, so that might be a mistake here because it is going to come at the cost of nearly immediately having to sell off. some of our current board play. But I still think I'm doing that. Okay. I'm cycling ATM first. I don't have space to do both plays at the same time. I am grabbing pawn. I'm going to invest directly in pawn because I don't want to be too precious about it, but also because I might run pawn. That's not correct. Nope. The money gives me more money to cycle anyway. I'm still going to invest in the things that are fluid. Good luck, man. I want to know what happens. All right. I will let you know. What happens is I fell over in a fucking coma. And then I just started hard clicking the button up here. We already discussed we like the timing of our things. Flail is really bad timing for Jim at 8 right now. Pygmallien picks up the now 230 damage. All of these except Gauntlet, but Gauntlet's just better. We still got shit weapons. We understand we got shit weapons. Pygmallien's gonna swing 3 times. I think I do want the crit chance on Pygmallien. I think I'm gonna stack value. I think I'm gonna stack directly onto pawn. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna take this pig. Edley. He has looks like 1 loss.
I'm huge. I should warn you.
Maybe 2. Day 7. He's got 1 loss. He's a drum board who's gonna kick our teeth in. Is he? No, he's not.
That was impressive.
This is what playing our really aggressive tempo play has done, is that drum just could not get through our fat ass by the time he died. In terms of the value of this board, it is decent. It's running spices, which is a bit of a misplay. It's silver. It's silver drum. It's shit. Never mind. It's dog shit board. He's running a silver drum on day 7. He is 8. He should get out of that. He probably knows. Okay. I'm in the waiting room. No audio. We won. We won. Okay. Pull has a chance at Pig's Gym. We are currently not on pace to get our enchant today. This would put us perfectly on pace to get our enchant today. That is a hard decision to pass up. I would do it hoping to find Pig's Gym pawn shop, not club. I wouldn't grab club before I got belt, even if I wanted to go in that direction. So it is a pretty easy shrouded figure is the play I'm going to do. We're going to pay the 10 for the XP. We are now on curve to get our enchant today. I don't know where that enchant goes because enchants on Gym usually kind of suck ass. A loot item or a silver tier item versus 378 hit points. Because we are such a beefy pig. Wait. Almost misplayed. 378 versus 399. Remember, this is a percentage of your active pool. So if you have any tricks, any gimmicks, if you have Healthy Hoarder and you could swap out your weapons for non-weapons from your stash, that's just free extra hit points you bought yourself before you got your hearty breakfast. Cool. Our weapons are trashed here. As much as I love loot, would like a hammer, would like all the things, we desperately need to get ourselves into an atlatl, into a yo-yo, into the things that turn this into a real board. Let's go, Isla. Only obsidian is worth it on Gym. No, crit chances.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons
Shiny, maybe?
and
I don't know.
eat.
Swear to God, we could probably get ourselves into running that obsidian dagger. The obsidian dagger would only be to reroll at the opportunity cost that it currently is. Ring King Gauntlets is not a fucking question. That is happening. The question is, am I cycling at 12? I am normally cycling at 12. Am I willing to lose my flail? Which, should I get the Pig's Gym upgrade, suddenly becomes better than Pygmallien significantly. In order to cycle. Now I'm going to have to cycle anyway, but I don't have to cycle large. He's the only weapon I have to cycle large. I could get rid of Signet before. I think the answer is no. There we go. I want all of that. Signet goes in the trash. Do I want to... I'm going to end with something. Which one do I want to end with? Yo-Yo has the best chance of actually making it on my board. So I'm going to cycle Pitchfork. I'm going to grab both of these. Monster Fight. We could... I'm thinking Rock for the... Either we go to Bouncetron, who is actually hard because we might not... We're so fat. That's never mind. Nobody can kill us. Nobody can kill us. Neophiliac, we don't actually have many triggers for Neophiliac. That's not particularly good. Bouncetron has weapons that we could pick up. He has Katana, which would actually be pretty good on our board. He has a little bit of crit chance. Cosmic Rock has cooldown reduction, which is our #1 problem we solve on Gym is cooldown speed. So it's between those two. Before I do it, I'm going to put Boomerang on my board. I'm going to get rid of something. So I have a catch for the Boomerang drop. I have nothing else that spawns anything else, so I'm comfortable with that. Kukri's the obvious get rid of. It's between one of the two of these. I will read chat. Thanks, Whispers. That is not a misplay we are going to do today. That is just an impossibility. We have locked in. I no longer make that mistake. That is part of the value of what today did. Right before every single fight, I'm going to be checking this. I think today solved that over, if nothing else. It's CDR for me too. I agree with you. I think I was going that way. I'd also think I go Rock because skill could also be useful. Yeah, that's true. Wait, is this still that game? And Cox! We just started putting the pedal down. I would like you to see what time of that game is. That was 3.5 hours to get to day 8. We probably took 20 minutes on almost every decision. Not really. We probably took 5 minutes on every decision, but sometimes there's more than one decision in the shop. We just hit the point where we realized we can't keep doing that from just sheer fatigue. I forgot about the weapons as another choice when I was doing this evaluation. So we just swapped. I got to go to work at some point. We just swapped over. We're going back to full speed now. But I learned so much from that fucking game. I learned so much from that game. Fan-fucking-tastic. What did we get? We got Medkit. That is an easy trade. So I want people to keep calling me out. Not just calling me out for misplays, but calling me out for not... If I didn't verbalize a reason for a line and it was worth considering, that's a misplay right now. So that counts in the misplay. I would love people to still... call me out when I make them, but we're going to just make them now. The lines I'm thinking I could do is I could get rid of Pawn Shop and something in order to make some space. In order to make some space. Or chocolate bars. Chocolate bars are still a pale comparison versus our weapon cycling. And weapon cycling is also power, so I'm not fully inclined to do that. I think I'm just going to go to middle. You need Yo-Yo, don't you? I need so many things, but one of the things I need, I need to just drag until Walter gets out of his root canal. I don't think Walter's biggest concern immediately after his root canal is had this run go. You know what I mean? Do I want to just like... Yeah, for sure. That's a reroll for me. I need it, Lottle. I'm doing it only because I'd be buying weapons at 8 anyway. I mean, the flat damage is the flat damage. I probably would have done that anyway. Do I buy Stained Window for the 5 value in PvE fights? At this point, I don't have any weapons that get to swing. It would kind of be running it over Boomerang, which to me sounds like I can't. That's insane. So no, that's a no. For 5 value too. That's a hard no. Okay, please, dear God, Andy, save me from this board. We have so much power and such shitty vehicles for it. Upgrading Slingshot. I am kind of planning on winning, like, right when this swings. So at 4 seconds, this gets me to 12 seconds. I get exactly 2 swings after Pig's Gym. 2 swings in the 12-second window. I think I'm running this now over running Sunder, which gets one, waits a while, gets the other. So, yep, I'm going to upgrade Slingshot.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
That's only 3, not 4. Fuck. That's still, and it's 3.8. So 7.6. It's right at the same timeline. Okay. All right. It is at 7.6. I get immediate conversion of that damage. And then I get one more swing. Okay. Versus in 3 seconds, I get one swing and then I'm more-ish math. Yep. That's the play. I still think that's the play. I do also think a yo-yo will hopefully come to me someday. Of the things I'm going to throw in the trash, I think it's Sunder. Do I need to throw anything in the trash? Not yet. Yes, I do for the hatchet catch. Okay. That. About hatchet.
You're a smart one for your size.
I think I'm just going to make this play. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm going to throw away hatchet. I'm going to put the value directly onto my gym. Okay. 10 FT. It's 10 flat to get to lose the vehicle for all the flat is not worth it to me. I don't think it could play on the pawn shop board, but that's not a real pivot yet. It's not even close. I don't waste the opportunity cost of the stash. There's the gold opportunity cost too, but not the stash. It will take a while for Crystal Bonsai to run as an econ play. Do I think I'd be able to hold it that long? No, a single medium item means I have to get rid of it. So that's a no. So I'm going to move on. That trade, nice. Okay, so by the way, the thing I am doing, I'm reading the chat right before the PvE and the PvP fight. So that is the time I'm going to like recap. So you could weigh on a decision to tell me it was wrong, but I'm not going to like stop to read them to do it. We're going to start moving on those. But in terms of like, make sure to do this on your board, make sure to whatever, I will stop. And so you could say that at any time and it will be read right before the PvP fight. One. Not relevant for as long as you play Jim with balcony, but use the feather without moving balcony. Oh, yeah. Good call, Thrandor. Those are great. You just got an X-ray. Oh, you're not doing the thing? You're not actually doing the thing today? I think this is the best board that I can put together. Great call, Thrandor. That is correct. What he's saying is I should have done something like that so that Jim isn't getting the cooldown reduction and then thrown the feather, which means that the cooldown reduction of the feather was on the 8.5 seconds and not on the whatever the 8-second flat that the thing was. Now it's a fraction of a fraction that doesn't show up yet, but in 2 or 3 feathers that will turn into like actual real cast time. It's bow over boomerang. Yep, we have not swapped. Oh yeah, God, I said I was happy with my board, didn't I? And I didn't swap yet. Yep. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, we got those. I do not think I think I'm still agnostic in terms of positioning. I am. There's no item in my stash that is getting close. 1 more second cooldown. I get to run flail over something like that upgrade, man. I need that upgrade so bad. That's it. Okay, we're gonna run. From what I know, it doesn't matter unless you remove the balcony because fractions are counted properly. Things swing in ticks, so it doesn't matter until it doesn't matter until 0.2 seconds, until it hits the 0.2 second threshold. Level 8 Vanessa, this guy's fucked.
We're out to dethrone a king.
I don't know if you've been watching what we're doing here, my dude. That is a hasted eels with card table. One might think I'm in trouble. One might think I'm dying. One did not look at my health pool.
Talent, you should put it toward nobler use.
How fucked are we, buddy? PG Teneria, welcome in. Theoretically, you could have been in the lurk all this time, but if you were, you probably would have seen that coming. Let me introduce you to my chunky friend. Oh, you're talking about Vanessa Fuck. Oh, she's level 8. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, she's level 8. I thought you said I'm fucked because of the current meta going up against Vanessa. I was fucked. I'm so sorry. You were on board. I'm sorry, man. I thought you just... I was waiting for fighting words because I'm so happy with, like, how our tempo's playing out. You're absolutely right. Okay. This is actually a really big decision that is worth thinking about collectively. Places we could put our enchant on pawn shop for the inevitable change. We're not going to do that. We could put it on rewards card to try to hit one of the income options to keep our income play happening. We still have all of rewards card and all of pawn shop as real money value. I don't think that that's a correct play. We could put it on boomerang so that when we get the loot, it comes enchanted. So if we got like an obsidian enchant on boomerang or something like that, it could enchant and upgrade our items. It is literally only the obsidian enchant that would work there, and the obsidian enchant would be much better on Jim, which would double the flat damage that goes to all of my weapons. If I put it on Fang, my fastest vehicle, which is guaranteed to stay on my board, whereas Jabalian Longbow is going to fall off once Pyg's Gym value comes down just a little bit. Actually, this will eventually go off my board, hopefully, if I actually start getting real weapons. But Fang would be the only vehicle to convert whatever the hell the thing is into real whatever the hell the thing is. So Fang swinging for burn damage, or again, it's not going to stay on my board, so I don't want to like put the burn on Jabalian, which will scale as a percentage of the hit points after this goes. So it's a ton of burn damage to put on a specific item right now, but that does mean the item has to stick around for that to matter. If it goes on Pyg's Gym, we are looking at exactly, and you guys pop off at what you think it is. I'm going to walk through my thinking, tell you what I think I'm thinking, read the chat, and if anything in the chat convinces me otherwise, I'll do it. Otherwise, I'm just going to go with what I'm thinking. We're looking at Gym. Amazing. Amazing. Shit. Good. Really good. Okay. That's four are actually things I think about. Hot garbage, mediocre garbage, hot garbage. I mean, completely useless, useless, mediocre, pretty bad. Fan-fucking-tastic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 really good options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pretty absolute trash options. I think I have way more potential value power putting it on Jim than I do on a weapon is my current line of thinking. I'm gonna look at balcony now. Shit, that property can't. Shit. Would have been better on the other. Fantastic. Shit. Shit. Fantastic. Shit. So golden is the only one that works. Golden turbo obviously becomes good on this. Obsidian becomes shit, and that's not a good trade-off in its favor. And then we lose all of those. So only 2 of these are functionally better on this option. This is neutral. This is the only one that's functionally better. So this is like high roll of high roll fishing. We're basically going for golden or bust. So it's not balcony to me. I think it's going to go on. Yep. I'm related to current day, but this bow must be the best bow since old crook days. Yeah, I know, right? Didn't find one little for 30 minutes. Jesus. I need to scroll way the hell up. Love this game. Gasio comes in clutch with grass sleeve and stopwatch. Nice. I just got bummed the fuck up. I like the bummed. I think you got both, buddy. Hello. Genshin, welcome. I'm related to the current day. Yeah, we did that. It's been doing work. Cool. All right. I'm doing Jim. I understand Jim sucks. I understand we're more likely to whiff here than not, but there's a chance at about 40% that this pops up.
Flows through me and into whatever I touch.
Okay. We're playing a new minigame. The new minigame is anything at all for cooldown reduction. My kingdom for cooldown reduction. My soul for cooldown reduction. Let's go. Nope. Yep. Tina has phone off.
Decide your death instruments.
Want to check in PC? Okay. No. I could, if I was really cheeky, try to hold on to that. I'm not going to do that. I'd rather be holding on. Compared to buying a weapon, that's not even a thought right now. Cool. We're going to reroll. I will take the rewards card upgrade. Neither of those make any sense on our board or in future plays. That's a no. We're going to move on. Trying to pick up the tempo. I know I'm going to misplay, and we want you to catch the misplays, or at least catch the you should have considered, because we're seeing how much I can metabolize all we learned from going obscenely slow this whole time. So this is a way to just start slow upgrading my entire board. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. What would I run in place of it? I'd probably get rid of Pawn Shop, or I'd get rid of Card. Card does not give me enough space. It would be Pawn Shop. I could get rid of Flail here for it and then make the decision later, but I think that's a bad way to make the play. And again, Flail comes on my board the second I get Pyg's Gym upgraded, or I get Pyg's Gym down to 6.6 it is now, so it's probably upgraded, but still. And so I don't want to lose that option. So it's going to be Pawn Shop for me. Yep. Now, my decision tree has changed a tiny bit. There's a little bit of, do I blow all my money playing the minigame? I don't think I do. I don't think the upgrades give me so much power that I would waste money that can be spent on weapon cycling right now. I do still have Card to get rid of, etc., but I'm not going to cycle these things just yet. Am I? Am I? I got a long ways to go, so I don't think I'm doing that just yet. Recapitalize, in my opinion, sell the shop. Agreed. Agreed. For sure. Start with the snowmobile. I think it was sequence agnostic on this particular one. Nope, I keep trying to do that. I keep trying to make that play. I will take the free power. Thank you very much. Actually, wait, is that a misplay? That's a misplay. That's a total misplay, right? Because, yeah, as long as I'm still cycling at medium, it works the same way that the rewards card did. That economic value is going to buy and sell, but we're at the amount of gold that probably is an okay play. And my gym got shiny. Well, we did hit our day upgrade. You knew something crazy was about to happen. Okay. Blood Reef Captain has a weapon skill that only plays on a 5-weapon board. He has a couple of other things I'm not remembering right now. Death Knight Reaper has crit chance. I'm gonna have to pull these up. Blood Reef. Cooldowns are reduced by weapon. I don't have a tool. 5% total CDR. One weapon doesn't really play. I think the other guy, just by virtue of his weapons, wins. We're just doing that. I'm not going to look it up. Okay. Hi, Death Knight. Also the XP. The XP is still XP, it turns out. Don't freeze my... Oh, he's not going to freeze anything. Sorry. He doesn't get to play the video game. I got a shiny balcony. That is the world's strongest Pygmallien longbow. If you have seen better, come at me. It's 800. I'm sure there's been better, but that is a chunky. That is a day 9 800 damage. Pygmallien longbow. I could be cheeky as fucking run pure bow. I could just say fuck you. You have 8.5 seconds. And then you have 8.5 more seconds, but you probably don't. Alright. We're not going to do that, but it's funny as hell. I'm not going to do that. I'm leaving it here for you all to have feelings about it. It doesn't have to go until it goes. Okay. This is an actual choice. I have to do math. Okay, so we're going to get the 1. We're going to get the 2. We're going to be in the new board. If we get a regular monster, we will not get the level up on the next day. The 11 is the skill. If we are able to take the gold monster, which we probably are, then we just get into the skill and is it necessary. but it does set us up. Honestly, I think racing to get the gym upgrade is pretty huge. The only thing at middle I would want is at Lottle and Caltrops. She has 48 items at gold. 2 items into 48, I get to look at 6. Yeah, I'm going to take the XP.
Who I am does not
Bono.
matter. Only what I offer. At the edge of the foundation.
Photo is such a game changer that I probably should have considered Phono. There are a couple of crit skills. We already walked through all the weapons lines, although there's now the chance of some of the diamond ones, and they're pretty good. And we've already played the minigame of trying Fortis for the massive amount of shield, which would actually be huge. I think I'm leaning towards Radicon right now. I'm okay being wrong.
I mean,
Left-handed is versus 5 flat across the board. I think actually isolating that into the thing that's going to get the most swings. I mean, they're all kind of getting equal swings. I think I'm going to go with left-handed. I just like it as an item that gives me flexibility to like have a real damage happening from the start of combat on a Caltrops, or get it Lottle in to start a fight faster kind of thing. Okay, we're going to go to Andy.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Lady 7 at 7's the wrong timing. 7 kind of sucks. 7 is in the flail camp. That said, 7 means I get to run something better than flail. And this is probably going to come down to 6, and Halady can then under 6, and Halady can then come under 6. I like it as a hedge for right now. There's a chance it runs. Wait. No. Do I want Spices? Spices hits at 9. Everything else swings before that. Nope. Spices is outclassed now, and I'm never going to waste time cooldown reductioning that specifically to get it in line. So Spices has passed its time. That's the hedge I'm grabbing. I also had to grab it just to cycle, because we are still cycling weapons for surezies. I'm going to get rid of Mortal Coil. It existed just to die. We are going to do Tuskar. Oh shit, I forgot I have bootstraps and should have probably spent better attention. Misplay number 2. Yeah, we're done here. We're moving on. I take the Spices I'm learning. Yeah, everything in gym revolves around what happens after gym happens. And so, right? And so as soon as gym happens, the swings that occur next are what matters. And these will all swing once, and then Spices will go. And swear to God, if you survived 1 round of these, you ain't surviving the second. I don't need Spices to double, damn, right? If you're sitting around long enough, Jim's gonna get through you. So I don't care. Okay, let's check our board. Anybody have feelings on board? 3.4. 7 is still bad. 3.8 is good. It's right. It's perfect. 5.6 is bad. Is it worse than 7? No, it's better than 7. This is 11.2. This is 14. This is 13.2. I'm not even going to do the math on Fang. Fang's just going to fucking hit. That said, I'm going to do the math on Fang. 6, 8.4. First hit's at 8.4. Next hit is at 10 point whatever. In order to get 2 swings, this is going to get 2 right then, and then this will get 1 more. So it's Fang over Tusk, but Tusk was worth considering just because Tusk does come in faster than Ring King, but Ring King can probably get a second swing in. Slingshot, though, it gets 2 after, and then it's done for, right? Versus this gets its 2 by 10. So Slingshot is functionally better at the immediate mark, which we haven't killed him yet. So that first swing doesn't matter because we haven't killed him until Pygmallien goes off. Then we have a window where Pygmallien goes off where it's better, and it could have been the difference between death. And then from 8, we have a 1.5 second window until it becomes neutral. And then it is forever better, but not until 10 seconds. In which case, if we haven't won, we lost. So it's functionally worse. Okay, sorry. This is me going faster now, Jesus Christ. All right, we're going. No, balcony sucks. Balcony's not the thing. The 5% is going to be a tiny bit. It's the upgrade that we put on our Pig's Chimp that's going to be nuts, because that brings it down by 2 seconds. Okay.
My dreams are big for you to steal.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen.
Where are we, time-wise? Oh my god. Oh my god, we're at 7:30. The longest game that has ever been played. Like, non-trolling, right?
Defeat does not defeat me.
Non-trolling, this has to be the longest game. I don't know what about defeat gear, but the Pygmallien does. So, you know, suck a bag of dicks. We're getting salty. We're so tired we're getting salty, people. You're really strong at this point. I've been really strong at every point. That is true. Do I take the temp boost? No. That's 25 flat, everything for scaling. Temp boost is incorrect. I can get more than 25 flat damage by cycling a few weapons. And then I also get more hit points. Okay, cool. That's the play.
What's up?
If I'm wrong, let me know I'm wrong. Jesus Christ. I think loop is our new econ line. Yep, okay. Where is bootstraps at? Okay. Not gonna pop just yet. I can just buy loop and then I can sell my tusk helm when I need to sell my tusk helm.
You'll be surprised when that comes in handy.
Okay, that's not anything shiny. No. Okay, we're good. We're gonna move on. I can cycle small silver items now, just for free bootstraps shenanigans. I don't think I'm going to reroll anything. We're going to Jay.
A friend. I mean, a customer.
Jay has a flail upgrade. That is purchasing a weapon, so I'm going to do it just for the sake of the value that goes on to Jim. Am I going to get rid of something so that I can cycle mediums? The answer is I have to, because I need to be cycling mediums this game, so it's going to be yes. Flail is probably the catch for this very second. It's going to be bootstraps eventually. And then I got to get rid of something, and it's going to be Halady right now. Okay. Reroll. Oop, I should have been cycling that. There's misplay number 3. Am I cycling the other smalls for a pop right now? I am.
Do you have to leave already?
Hey. How much does that cost me? That cost me 2 gold. It will run out eventually. Oh, fuck. That was a misplay. I did not have to sell that right now, and that could have been a value catch. I'm going to burn 2 more gold to have a value catch. I should have held on to the other one. That was a misplay. Cool. They changed rig now. Haste all items. Yeah, they did. I was here. I witnessed the mega game. You did, my boy. We all did together. Juggler. It's juggler. It's my kingdom for a juggler. Octopus obviously will give us crit chance and whatnot, but like, the juggler is the whole fucking game. That said, 3 XP, I get the upgrade. I get the upgrade the next. Actually, functionally doesn't matter in terms of, probably will never matter in terms of my upgrade timeline anymore. So it is just getting the weapons, which I have to upgrade to diamond before they're fast enough to make it to my board. Getting octopus itself, which does swing right after Jim 8 times, is actually also fucking cracked. Oh my god, octopus would be so good right now. And the crit skill versus juggler, which solves my primary problem. Juggler would mean that everything swings 1, 2, or 5.6 seconds. 2. Gem now becomes a 5.6 second. It's pretty big. I think because there's multiple amazings versus one amazing, I'm going to go to Trash Titan. And then the XP in case I whiff is the consolation prize that could, if I keep seeing what's his dick, turn into something. I need to play so much faster now. Now we're going to move into the complete opposite end of the spectrum, which is we paid our dues. Oh my god. That got lower than I would have liked, man. I know he does a lot of damage now, but I'm a little surprised.
It's all about motivation.
We are a bit of a like kill you fast, and he is a bit of like 8,000 hit points. We got 6 seconds multicast. Okay, where am I? I can buy it.
Now that's giving up the business.
Fuck, misplayed, boomerang. I didn't stop, I didn't do boomerang. Fuck. Okay, cool. We live, we learn, then we get loves, boys. 5.6 seconds, 7.6 seconds, 6 seconds total is slower. It's not good. It does not swing here. It does not make my board yet. It does feel better than flail. No, it's pretty close. I do want to hold it as a hedge if I need to. Am I gonna start maybe getting rid of boomerang, actually? Boomerang might be the next thing to go here. Because we're only gonna get like 2 more fights worth of boomerang, hopefully. I don't know. That might be silly. We're going to take... That's why we can't get rid of boomerang. Okay. We're going to move balcony so that it goes on the uninterrupted, on the unreduced cooldowned pawn shop. Gym, whatever the fuck that thing is. And then we're going to move it back. We're down to 6.9 seconds. Does not change our current math on any of our weapons. Cool. I think I'd probably get rid of bootstraps before I get rid of anything else. Bootstraps is at 14, just to keep in mind in case that matters. I think it's going in the trash here, though. I think I'm just deep sea fishing for pawn shop and nothing else, and then moving on with my life. Not cycling large weapons that would cost me too much in stash space. Nope. All that's a no. The experiment, and some people lose their minds over changes they don't like, but overall I think the overall trajectory of the game is always improving rapidly. Yeah, I love the trajectory of the game. I think it's doing a great job. I could cycle gumballs for free damage. I could cycle gumballs for crit chance. I could go to Quixel to cycle weapons because I'm a single-minded monster. Fuck yeah. Okay. It is better than... Now the question is, doth 2 things beat Pygmallien Longbow? Are there any 2 things here that beats Pygmallien in the current timing of the setup? So 6.9 seconds. Pygmallien swings 3 times immediately after, and then forever holds its peace. Okay? In 6.9 seconds, this swings twice afterwards, exactly at, and then once after, and then forever holds its peace. And so if I can get something else that's going to swing just a teeny tiny bit after, it would be better. I currently don't have it. So this swings a little bit later, a decent amount later. So I want to hold these 2-ish. All right. Bootstraps is about to go in the trash, boys. 16. There's no way to force it right now. I have to get rid of something else if I want to be able to like force a pop first, because a Ring King pop or that pop would both be pretty good. I think it's rewards card actually is the new play. We have infinite money until the end of the game if I don't do anything stupider than this particular purchase. 18. I'm gonna do it. Okay. Now where are we? 0? Okay. Cool. Our CDR is 6.5. It's time, boys. It is time. Okay. At 6.5, 5.6, 3.8. All right. Pygmallien goes in the trash. It has now officially gotten outclassed. Cool. I need to buy all of that. I need to buy all of that. So I start. I know that that decision is made. I will just start with that one. Okay. I can just keep doing these. So we'll just keep doing these. I wanted to go in that sequence so that I ended the small space and the least mandatory decision making on the next run. I should have watched my bootstraps, but it didn't matter. And then I think we're ready to go. Anyone think of any? We are. Let's just do the run through. We are position agnostic. No, we're not. No, we're not. We are left-handed. Our best vehicle for damage, the moment the damage comes online, is at Lottle, which will be permanently swinging every second. So that is just 30 more on vehicle. Otherwise, we are position agnostic. I already went through the math on those being the best items in the board. We're going to run. Let's go. Would you run phone over balcony? 478,000% yes. Yep. Balcony is... Think of balcony as 10% CDR. Versus all of your...
You are merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
Oh, goddamn roll. All right. This is the problem with running the board the way I'm running the board, and I should have thought through this, and that's on me. We are running exactly 4 items, so there's a 1 in 4 chance that the freeze does that. Okay. Happens. It happens. That's the other reason you run Phono, by the way. But yeah, Phono is it's 10% CDR versus all your weapons getting to swing with that much extra damage in the intervening time, right? But the double value is exactly the same as half speed, the way you think about it. And then half speed means that there's all that time that your weapons get to swing with more damage. So it is just so much better than 10% CDR, on top of which you then could get underneath the freeze. Like this would have happened before the freeze, and all my weapons would have been online and swinging. My whole board comes online like infinitely sooner, right? I am cycling medium items to edge. Okay, now I need to sell everything that I don't want to pop. It's Wrist Warrior. I could still run Ring King, theoretically. I don't think it's ever going to beat what's on my board. No, it could. It could go this once the timing on this comes down. And so it's a faster weapon for it. Not enough that I care. Wait, what am I popping? I'm only popping on that, so that doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to force the pop at all. Okay. No weapons. Are we doing ATM? It's too late. We are not currently leveraging that value. We have 100 gold. We're going to do it just in case we get the skill or run Ring King for the value that gives us on flat damage. We're going to move on with our lives. Pixel. Yes. Oh my god, that just reminded me I was about to make that misplay, so thank you, Quixel. Thank you, Quixel. I was going to forget to do my board check because I'm starting to speed back up too much, but I don't have the ability not to, unfortunately. This is the cost. This is what we paid for, is so much power early that hopefully it'll survive the number of misplays I just have to functionally make later. I'm not actually going to run that for the 5 fucking damage on just one of my active items. I suppose I can. There's no reason not to. Oof, Obsidian Poppy Field, bad luck. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're gonna go in. This is the board. It can survive any of the monsters, probably. Frost Treat would suck, but doesn't have anything I care about. I would not be able to run the freeze skill. I still would like Trash Titan, so we're gonna go for Trash Titan. We're gonna hit the level on the XP anyway, but it was a misplay to not check my XP before I made the decision, so it's important to lock in that misplay. And then 1 second, and he dies. 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds.
Not all
Give it to me.
Pygmalliens are
Give it to me, give it to me,
pacifists.
give it to me. Nope.
Yes, I've been winning too.
Holy shit, boys. Wait. That's a misplay. We move balcony off. Bring its CDR up to 7.3. Throw the diamond motherfucking feather on our balcony. We're down to 5.8. Yeah.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
We are down.
Tightened, tempered,
2.
and tuned.
4 seconds. And at 540 damage flat on our weapons in 4 seconds, my kingdom for a goddamn yo-yo now. Okay, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 6.6 is now functionally slow. Now everything that swings faster is better. Yep. This is now the better setup. That's why Ring King was being held for this exact moment. So instead of in 6.6 seconds, we swing 3 times. In 6 seconds, we swung 4 times. This will never beat my current board. You never scale up to items. You will sometimes scale down just because whatever. So we will never go to that with our board, even if we do get a yo-yo. So that's gone. 3.8 could beat those. At 4, it doesn't. If this comes down just a tiny bit more, Slingshot goes on our board, because then all the swings of Slingshot come in Pygmallien. But otherwise, this is good. I just made a shit ton of misplays. I just sold a bunch of things I didn't have to sell. We're going to get over ourselves and be fine with that. We don't care anymore.
Oh, you know, invest.
No. Just no. I'm not. No.
Someone with taste around.
Halady at 6 versus Cutlass at 6. I think they upgrade the same, but I can upgrade Halady and I can't upgrade Cutlass, so Halady is functionally better. We'll hold it as a hedge. Do you want to cycle that weapon? So it was a misplay. I'll get rid of that one. I don't care about that one. You don't need to sell it. We'll hold on to it. We're going to move on. Making up for the speed that we lost, or trying to. Skills don't really matter anymore unless they're going to give me CDR, which they could give me CDR, but Andy could have yo-yo. And it is my kingdom for a yo-yo. That's the one that goes. We're still cycling mediums for bootstraps value, because that could just give us free money now. It's not actually going to hit anything on our board, but it could give us free money. But it is now functionally dead weight, so if we get a little stuck on what we get rid of in what order, it's definitely going to be bootstraps, unless we happen to get it upgraded, which we probably won't. I could have, now that I say it, oh my god, what am I doing? Holy shit, I gotta slow down. First of all, it's that. This goes here. This stays on my board, and I don't lose my goddamn mind. Go way too much in the overcorrection direction. Holy shit. Halady upgrades go down, Cutlass a little bit of damage. So Cutlass is definitely better. Right now. Cutlass is better, but we hold Halady because if we upgrade Halady. So a line I did not consider, which I probably wouldn't have, but was to get bootstraps and then try to buy to sell the world to upgrade everything. But there's so many misses that we could have, and it would take so long, and this is so much power that I didn't want to like throw one fight not doing that. So I probably wouldn't have done it, but I would have considered it. Before I go in, I am not position agnostic. I care that left-handed is on my fastest weapon vehicle. This only gets to swing once, then this one's the better vehicle. Everything else is position agnostic. I do believe I have the fastest shit on the board that has the most sustained damage. Let's go.
My
Coochie has no lives left.
Boring.
I moved it lateral into the wrong spot now. Well, that was before. Gotcha. You caught me. Had I read the chat, I wouldn't have had to figure that out on my own. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, cool. Crit chance is now very important to us because we just saw why, right? We could be a one-shotter if we get enough crit chance on that at Lottle. Cool. We're going to Isla.
Finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Sure. It's 10 flat, but it is buying a weapon.
Neutral teaches stillness. I prefer action. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
Okay. Don't think we're buying Chunko here.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
It just...
Okay.
Where are we? Yeah, we have 2 more days. It would just hinder our game too much for one by itself. It's not worth it.
Use it well. Make me proud.
If I had the time to to go through the math on all my shit, I probably would. Is there a chance that this ever makes my board? Over Rinking? No. Over Fang? No. It is now in the additional garbage heap. I don't think either of those will ever come into play. Okay. We're gonna get the level up today. That could... I don't have the rewards card anymore. I would still need 1 more XP to get the skill today, but it could get us on pace. Is there any upgrade that I could think of, Bono?
As a GSM and master merchant, I can.
Bootstraps.
I'm almost sure that was a good trade.
Okay, Bootstraps is gonna give me some CDR there. Now I get to run lean. So I know I'm not running them, so I don't have to hold them, because now I get to run Bootstraps lean. We are going to run out of money soon, so we can't, like, cycle non-valuables. We're still cycling weapons.
Moving up in the world.
Okay. Do I want to hold Pawn Shop as an income play now? No, I just need to start cycling smalls. I need to do a gumball round. I need to do a chocolate bar round, something like that. Still Trash Titan. Still looking for Juggler. Okay. We only have 2 things that can upgrade, so we probably want to try to force it. Because Balcony CDR. I think I'm going to Adira here. The diamond skills would be a pretty big deal. It's too late for backroom dealings. We don't care. We don't care. We're re-rolling. Nothing. If first 10 times you slow each fight, I could theoretically get a slow in chance. There's one heal item. I can't get a heal item. When you overheal gain, I could theoretically get heal. Who cares? These all suck. Okay.
Power is wisdom.
There are lines I probably missed there. On that one, I deeply don't care. Let's be fair. Nufu means I can pop these without spending anything. And there we go. We get some crit chance. 5% versus re-rolling. Do I actually like that? No. That multis. That. And that. Means by the time this is swinging, I only get 10% more crit chance. I'd rather 15 perm. Or I'd rather 5 permanent. I think the crit chance skills are so rare that I should probably take this money and run. Got the boomerang. Okay, cool. Bono is more important than flat.
Come with no weapons, leave with big
Where am I? 20?
Now that's quality.
Is the least good one? Nope. Yes. just because now that's not something that can accidentally get upgraded instead of balcony. And we're going for the fight. Is there anything wrong with my positioning? Lottle is in the catch. I'm still otherwise position agnostic. I have... Yep, I'm fine. Let's go. Come on, Pig.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge? My dreams are too big for you to steal. I believed in myself and I still lost.
Was that a half health cast? No, he didn't get to see half health, did he? Oh, buddy. I think she gets I'm gonna watch that again. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Oh no, lethargy. Whatever shall I do? But he did get to freeze me. It just didn't matter because something swung in the same tick. It wasn't even my Lottle, it was my Halady. Oh god. She's like, whatever casual hot garbage gets the Jim and Champ. Turns out, boys, if you overthink your plays, Jim's really viable right now. You also get the shiny Jim. I mean, I think Jim's viable anyway. I think we had a really bad loss, and we still have one in us on day 13. Yeah, I think I'm still phonograph for the world. We got money to burn on cycling. That's a no. Is it a no? Is it better than these two vehicles? Then, like, if they do any action at all, even if they have me frozen, they lose? That's a yes. That's a Jesus Christ yes, right? Right? That's a, oh, I'm really sorry for your loss. Yes?
Okay, now tell me something.
Okay.
Something huge.
Move it up in the
3.7 seconds, boys. You have 3.7 seconds until everything you do costs you 1,000 hit points. Ooh. My kingdom for an obsidian enchant my Beltron. I'm just gonna sell this kingdom as many times as I can. As long as the game keeps letting me. We no longer care about bootstraps. It is now an econ play. We are just cycling for weapons now. That is the only thing we're doing. It's the final mini game. We're also cycling for stuff like that. Is there a world in which I run these again? Wait. There is. 3.7 seconds. This swings once at 5.6, 5.6. This swings twice at 5.6. It's functionally the same thing. So these are functionally the same total amount of damage, but this gets to get in right the hell away, and then that has to wait long enough. I think that's actually correct. Wait, no. This swings twice at 5 seconds. That's correct. Okay. I will hold both of those still because that makes sense to hold those. I'm going to put in Boomerang now so I don't forget Boomerang. I'm going to get rid of Bootstraps as soon as I have to get rid of Bootstraps. So that's the thing we're going to do. So we are going to buy this. Bootstraps is... I mean, Bootstraps is money and I'm not rich. Where am I? 10. Yeah, I shouldn't do this shit. I should just save my money for weapons. Yep. Okay. It is Halady right now. It's 2 swings when 2 swings is all I need. This we understand flat is not a thing anymore. We don't care. We will cycle. Okay. Okay. There is a chance I run Fang. There's not a chance I run Ring King. because this is faster. So it's just, it will never win the speed race. So I can get rid of Ring King.
Oh, I think you're really gonna
Okay.
enjoy that.
All right, checking the board before we go in. Goes after Jim, so it might be better than Fang, though Fang gives rigged. Oh, yes, it does. That matters? Question mark. 2.8 seconds. It gets me into combat almost a half second faster. And since that is Caltrop's time, since it's instant, right? The moment this goes off, that's Caltrop's time. Fang is better. Fang is inarguably better. And then Fang has moments in time in which it's better than Halady. Just that moment that I'm likely to kill them is not it, and then the next one is, right? So yeah, that's the only time that it's worse. Okay. Yep. I totally forgot about rigged. Good fucking call. Oh my god. But we don't have a nuclear Lottle, but it's still Lord of the Waste, right? I actually don't even think we run it, to be honest with you, because we don't have nuclear Lottle. If we had nuclear Lottle, we run it. It does mean we could like make this spam infinitely, right? Yeah, no, we would run it over Caltrops. We would run it over Caltrops for sure, especially if we could get it upgraded. Nope, we got the crit skill. I think we run the crit skill. It's only like 6, 7 crit by the time it matters. If they're coming at me with like a 1 swing, do they get to swing? They get to swing in this timeline? I think we want the crit skill. No, Caltrops don't crit. First time chatters, please. Yeah, Caltrops don't crit, but it's about at Lottle being able to close the fight in one shot, and at Lottle then gets 6 crit chance, right? It gives 6 crit chance. Since you have to wait a second after Jim goes off, while this Lottle wins directly. Yeah. What's going on, man? Thanks so much for coming in and out of the lurk. I think we'll skip it. I have a bias towards taking it because you never get to take it. Because it's almost always objectively wrong. Welcome, welcome!
Splenger has joined the Goose Mafia.
Splenger, thanks so much, man. Came out of the lurk. Dropped some knowledge, said that sounds like a shitty idea. And was the 350th shopper on The Price is Wrong. Welcome, welcome, buddy! Oh, goodness. We were like sub 3 like 2 days ago. Oh, fucking nuts. We went on the podcast, we came back, and people like just flooded in from the podcast. By the way, exclamation mark guide. If you are here for the first time and you want to learn Pyg, exclamation mark guide. It's just like my brain downloaded in written form. Enjoy. Exclamation mark Discord. You can hop over to this Discord. You could show your 10 winners there where you'll get some accolades and some love. And also we have a Pyg support and a Mak support section now. Mak support section, gotta point out, where Sir Walter the Coolest himself shall answer your Mak questions when he gets around to it. We're not paying the man, so eventually maybe he might get to you. But if you have any questions and whatnot, that's where you go. Exclamation mark Discord. And then exclamation mark podcast if you want to listen to the podcast that we were on this weekend. It was a really good one. Also, if you just want to find the link to that podcast, which is a Bazaar podcast, which is very good. High-end people doing high-end thinking about the video game. It's great. Just doing that real quick. Yo, Papa Goose just hit legendary rank by being 9-9 wins. Besting an opponent to the fight. Game crash restarted. Oh, no. Perfect run into legendary and the game cracked out. That's so amazing. I had the world's most ridiculous Lottle triple yo-yo drum run on my legendary run, which felt pretty damn good. We're going for loot because of cooldown reduction. This is getting gross, boys. The fundamental problem with running Jim, by the way, is It's not fast enough. I'd just like to point that out. Generally, it is well known that Jim is slow. That is why it is hard to run Jim. I think I'm probably just going to commit. I need to not make more decisions. I think we're done. I think we did what we could, boys. I think... By the way, if anyone came in recently and you did not see the beginning of this run, I'm going to let you know that it exists. I'm not going to tell you you should, but I'm going to let you know that it exists. That you could go back and rewatch the VOD when I'm done, which will be soon, and see that 4 hours ago, more than 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, when I started streaming, it was this run. It's this run. This is the longest, actually not trolling, playing the entire game play. I think we win a fucking award for that. I don't know why I need money other 2 cycle. So getting the extra money here. Where am I at? 20? Am I going to pop on any of these? Nope, I won't. I would buy the next one. Do I have enough money to get through? It's Blender Hour, boys! We're not running Boomerang anymore. Well, we might lose. We might run Boomerang again. I don't care. I do not have the time for this bullshit. Okay. It is going to pop on the next thing we buy. The next thing we buy should be large and not diamond. Okay. She cannot give me weapons. She can just have phonograph. But that is enough to go to her. Alright. It's a whiff. Next screen. And then we don't care. I guess we still could care about money if we lose. So I should play this game correctly. We have to pop no matter what. This is just functionally cycling. You set us up for the next Boomerang pop play versus putting it on nothing, right? Because there's nothing I don't have. Yeah. So it's cycling just to set my Boomerang value up is what that does. I suppose I could have done it on a bird or on succulents. I should have done it on succulents because then I could have gotten 2 more gold out of it from loot. That was a misplay. None of this I care about. I'm moving on with my life. I actually should, given where we are, just in case we lose, grab vending machine because all that's going to be loopified and it will easily pay itself back. Too small to cow chops because if Jim goes off, you probably win, and too smalls help Jim not get frozen slowed. There is an argument to be made there that it is start of combat, but most of the start of combat freeze is just weapon agnostic anyway. It's just gonna, yeah, it's an icicle play, right? It does give me better thing a bit against icicles. That's a great line. That's a great line. I like that line actually. I think that especially against Pyg is a strong line, and I probably should have thought about it. It's too late now. We don't have 2 weapons to run. I'm going to run caltrops. But no, that's totally a line. I would have to think it out to see if I decided if I agree. I'm leaning towards agree. I ain't got the time to think it out, unfortunately. We're so late. So we're going to run this Pyg, and this Pyg is going to be more cracked than God or dead. Those are his choices. There is no middle. There is no in between. I'm sorry you killed yourself. That sucks for you. All right, boys. We did it. Caltrops, for the record, did do more damage than Atlatl. That said, Atlatl swung twice, which means Atlatl swung both times after the Pig's Gym. So Atlatl swung once. 5.5 seconds is where we went up to. Some point between 5 seconds and 5.6. Okay. Being clear here. Can't check my stash anymore to check the time on the weapons, but I think both weapons were below 5.6. So they both would have gotten multicast. They would have swung 4 times. Caltrops is showing the damage of 4 Atlatls. So we got exactly as much damage out of caltrops as we would have running the double weapons. And now how much did we overkill by is important, but and that would have made me more immune to freeze. So on this play exactly, it is definitely better to have run 2 smalls. That said, we are now everything he dies. And so, you know, if that was a much fatter pig, this could have came into play. But if he was fat pig, also the other argument is going against pig. I should have held on to it just so that I could think through the line against the hero. I just knew I wasn't going to spend the time on it. But yeah, because the play against pig, one of the pigs that could beat me theoretically, probably still wouldn't, but would be like a really, really fat pig. Because I'm like only swinging these 2 at him, even if it is getting a lot of damage. I think I still would have killed one. But that is immune to caltrops versus everybody else who like is going to die to the regular weapons package, right? So anyway, that's it. That's the run. We are going to look over. Our shiny pig gym is down to 3.5 seconds. Thanks in part to our balcony. Regular Atlatl, regular Fang, regular caltrops. We had exactly 1 enchant this game, and it paid off. Not using crit chance rigged happened when Fang happened in order to turn this shiny pig's gym actually swinging. Probably at about 3.2 seconds. We get some extra hit points. Strength, left-handed. That doesn't play. Keen eye. Most of the power that we've had all game came from Senior Pig's Gym because we are sitting on double the hit points of this poor pig. So, that's it, boys. Longest game ever. Want to see it again? You want to see it again? You want to see it again? Are you sure? I don't know. We've spent too much time. I gotta get going. I'm not sure we have time for this. This is a long I'll shut up. Oh God. Yeah, the weapons were inferior in this board state. I would have probably ran them because the 2 things I'd be afraid of is an icicle and a fat pig. And it would have been superior to icicle and fat pig. But in this board state, he died right at the amount that they swung for. So if he were even a little fatter, then I have to wait on all of their cast time versus waiting for him to do anything. And if I'm not dead yet, then he has to do something in order for me to become dead, and he dies doing it. So that's the game, boys. Congratulations. For those that watched the entire time, I need to come up with some badge, some token of honor, some I watched the longest game in the Bazaar history and I'm still here to tell about it. That's going up on the YouTube channel just so people could look at the 5-hour runtime and be like, wait, what?